இப்ப யார் பேசுறவங்க அவங்கள ஆன் பண்ணிக்கணும். அதான
ரெண்டு பேர்ல யார் பேசினாலும் எனேபிள் இருக்கும்.
எனேபிள் இருக்குது. ஓகே. சார் குட் மார்னிங் சார். சார் குட் மார்னிங் சார். சார் அங்க another 5 minutes சார். ஓகே, தேங்க்யூ தேங்க்யூ.
கீழே கொஞ்சம்
ಈಗ ಅವ್ರ ಪಿನ್ನಾಡಿ ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಡೋದು ಹೋಗ್ತದೆ ಸಜ್ಜೆ
அது நம்ம
அவர் பார்த்துட்டே இருக்காரு, கூப்பிடுவாங்க. கண்ணன் சார் ஆரம்பிச்சுக்கலாமா?
But
கண்ணன்
yes sir.
லைவ்ல தானே இருக்கீங்க, ஆரம்பிச்சிடலாமா?
ஆரம்பிச்சிடலாம் சார்.
ஓகே ஓகே. இன்னும் ஒரு ஸ்பீக்கர் ஜாயின் பண்ணும். எங்க வைஸ் ரெடியா இருக்காங்க. ஒரு ஸ்பீக்கர் ஜாயின்
sir, yes,
பண்ணா
sir, sure.
ஆரம்பிச்சிடலாம்.
Sure sir, yes sir, yes sir.
ஓகே ஓகே ஓகே.
Thank you sir.
Good morning, sir. Kumar, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining. I shall invite my Vice Chancellor also to join, sir.
Yes, sir.
He is waiting actually.
Actually, sometimes Zoom, creates some problem.
Okay, sir. தமிழ் கருப்பையன் இருக்கா?
பேசல
தமிழ் கிழக்கு நம்பர். Our vice chancellor is online only, sir. He is not unmuting.
We can wait. No issue.
Yeah. வேற தமிழ் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்ல வேற நம்பர் இருந்துச்சா?
பேசுறதுன்னு இருப்பாரு.
கொடுங்க. எல்லாம் வந்துட்டாங்க, கொஞ்சம் ஜாயின் பண்ண சொல்லுங்க. கேசராஜ் எப்படி அங்கதான் இருக்குங்க.
சார் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் ப்ரோக்ராம்ல இருக்கீங்க.
சார் குட் மார்னிங். Sir, we conveyed the message, sir, with the PRO. He is going to meet the vice chancellor. Just a few minutes, sir.
That's okay, sir.
Okay. And December 1st and 2nd, we have the award ceremony this year also, sir. We circulated applications for receiving applications for our best performing award for the coordinators.
Okay. December 1st.
December 1st and 2nd, we have the program. First, we are having the orientation for the freshers, and the second, we will have the award ceremony, sir. I request you to join this year also.
So first,
Second December.
so actually, I think I will be traveling on second night. So, I mean, yet not fixed, but there is a UN conference in Moscow. So
Okay.
if I will be going to, that conference, then it will be very difficult, because if I have to travel on second,
Yeah.
then otherwise I'll come. If
sir.
I'm not going there, then I'll come.
What about Delhi, sir? From yesterday evening, things are bomb blast or something, or car bomb blast, something. What happened?
So I left Delhi today morning only. I'm in Udaipur actually, but yes, yesterday night it happened. I think they were expecting some kind of. So last week there were a lot of raids in Kashmir and NCR also.
Okay, okay,
So it seems to be a panic attack. I mean,
okay.
at many places they were caught. So probably they decided to do it
Mm.
in panic. Whatever ammunition they left with, they decided to go ahead. But it's a big issue
Uh,
actually.
yeah, yeah.
In last almost 10 to 12 years, everything
Uh,
was peaceful.
yeah, yeah.
But all of a sudden they have now become activated.
That election things are going on.
But I don't think that it is anything to do with
Uh,
election because election is in Bihar.
yeah, yeah. Mm.
I believe it is a part of the big game of Pakistan.
Yeah, yeah. கொஞ்சம் பேச சொல்லுங்க, பேச சொல்லுங்க. Another expert from Delhi is waiting online. Okay, 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 okay. Actually, on 14th, Association of Indian Universities, they are having one seminar for higher education institutions. I thought of coming there. And ministry also, we have some financial matters to be discussed. But now this thing is very panic, and so I'm having second thought.
So will you be coming?
That's why I'm asking you.
Uh, on which date you said?
14th, sir.
14th of November.
No, 14th of November, 13th and 14th of November.
So 14th I'm there only for first half.
Okay, okay, okay.
Then I will be on leave. 15th,
What about 13th, sir?
13th I'm there.
13th morning flight I thought of catching, but now the situation is very panic, Delhi.
I think it will be okay within a half day or a day.
Okay, 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 okay.
See, earlier it used to be so usual that, but now after so long it has happened, na? So
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
why.
that's why. I think after Madam Indira Gandhi period episode, major events have not happened in Delhi.
No, sir.
No?
Sir, Delhi, there used to be regular blasts in Delhi.
Uh,
In fact, all major market area they have witnessed.
sir,
अरे अरे अरे
sir, our Vice Chancellor joined, sir. Shall we start,
Good
sir?
morning, sir. Namaskar.
So, our Vice Chancellor, Dr. N. Panjanathan Natarajan.
அதெல்லாம் நீங்க பாருங்க பாவம் ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுங்க
Yes,
Sir,
sir.
shall we start, sir?
சார் குட் மார்னிங் டு ஆல் குட் மார்னிங்
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Our
sorry.
Professor Vivek Kumar is there from IIT Delhi. Is the national co-coordinator for Unnat Bharat Abhiyan and coordinator for subject expert group, sir. He has also already joined. We shall start the program with the prayer, sir.
எஸ் சார் எஸ் சார்
Sir, praise. I request Nima to start with the prayer. Please, Nima.
சார் உட்காருங்க நீங்க பண்ணுங்க
தேனும்
സങ്കടം ചിത്രചാരുതി കാട്ടിയും അന്ധചാരും കടക്ഷമാലരും അധരലക്ഷ്മി മീട്ടിയും ചിന്മയാണി മന്ദിരത്തിൽ വിളങ്ങുമീശനെ വാഴ്ത്തുവിൻ ചിന്മയാണി മന്ദിരത്തിൽ വിളങ്ങുമീശനെ വാഴ്ത്തുവിൻ.
Thank you, ma. Thank you very much. Most respected and honorable dignitaries online and learned participants across the country. Very good morning to all. Really, it gives me a great pleasure to invite you for all for the one-day national conference on Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, advancing community engagement in higher education institutions towards sustainable development goals 2030 and Viksit Bharat 2047. As we know that India strides towards centenary of India's independence in 2047, we stand at the confluence of three transformative visions: Unnat Bharat Abhiyan and its commitment to rural transformation through higher education. Number two, sustainable development goals for global sustainability. Number three, Viksit Bharat 2047, the aspirational blueprint for the developed India. In this connection, Gandhigram Rural Institute, as one of the regional coordinating institute under Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, is proposed to organize one-day national conference to celebrate the foundation day of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan in 2014. The same day, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan was launched. So this program will highlight its remarkable contributions in bridging the higher education institutions and the community engagement. 6 identified experts across the country are going to deliver the 6 lectures in technical sessions. So all these lectures right from now, it will be on live in YouTube. In this connection, I take this opportunity to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor for his handholding support to make all UBA programs most successful in Gandhigram region. Hearty welcome, sir. I extend my warm and hearty welcome to Professor Vivek Kumar, co-coordinator Unnat Bharat Abhiyan and coordinator subject expert group for Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, IIT Delhi, who has been the brain for the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. His contribution to Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, not only Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, and providing all supports to subsidiary expert group and regional coordinating institutions, participating institutions, is highly remarkable and always appreciated. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Registrar, and the participating institutions in the region, I extend warm welcome to you, sir, for this one-day conference. I extend warm welcome to all the resource persons and UBA coordinators, faculty members, student volunteers, especially my UBA team members here, Dr. S. Kavita Maidili, Madam, and his team, our team, for their support and cooperation through field works, not on the, but also office work, but also through field works. Once again, I welcome all the dignitaries, resource person, participants of this one-day workshop, conference, and your presence and your contribution will make the conference most successful. Now, with this pre-note, I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to deliver inaugural address and inaugurate the program, sir. Hearty welcome, sir. Please, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible? கேக்குதா? கேக்குதா?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Audible, sir. Audible, sir.
பேசுறது கேக்குதா?
கேக்குது, sir. கேக்குது, sir.
Most respected dignitaries, UBA coordinators, participants, a very good morning to every one of you. I am very happy that Professor Vivek has joined and he is going to share his expertise. I sincerely thank him. I also take this opportunity to join Professor Ravichandran in welcoming Professor Vivek ji all the way from IIT Delhi. And also we request him to visit physically our places and all 179 colleges whenever time permits. And your appreciation, your motivation, your guidance will be very much encouraging to all our UBA coordinators to do more contributions to the rural development. Similarly, our most respected Ravichandran sir is a very senior professor, an excellent researcher, and a very wonderful administrator, finance officer, and bringing a lot of laurels to the university. And this way of doing financial management help the university to bring a lot of appreciation from those who are auditing from the government. And when hundreds of thousands of audit paras are available in many places, he wants to maintain always zero or single digit in that way. Where the person with a lot of dedication and caliber. Apart from that, as a director of CSR, social corporate social responsibility, he brings a lot of money in many lakhs and crores to the university for the benefit of poor children, rural children, for their benefits. So the whole university is thankful to him. And apart from that, it's in a big talks that these 179 institutions coordinating UBA activities, and everywhere he goes, that people with a love and affection, the way they all interact with him. And I appreciate, sometimes I feel, I envy how he is able to find some time to do all those things. So such a great person, I respect, I salute him. Similarly, all coordinators and all those, both inside the university, like my Maitri madam, many are inside, many are outside institutions in other colleges. I respect them because as an outreach activity, today's topic, how higher education can do more number of such outreach activities and through various ways and means. As a result, sustainable development goal, how sustainable development community activities, through community activities, how sustainable development can be achieved, how very particularly the Viksit Bharat 2047, how it will be in a developed country. For those things, this conference will be highly useful. The input going to be given by Professor Vivekji and a series of other speakers will entirely motivate the participants. Recently, and how you see, in Tamil there is a proverb, Manam irundal margam undu. Something like that. You want to do some community service, you want to be engaged in community activities of students. There are hundreds and thousands of ways are there. One example, recently, one of the Vice Chancellor's conferences, I went to Delhi, I could see one of my senior colleagues, Professor Pawar, and he was invited and awarded. He is working for a private university for community engagement. What they did, he was awarded in England. What they did, he developed along with the team, as Professor Ravichandran along with his team does a lot of community engagement activities by higher education students and teachers. He did human milk bank. There are many mothers. They want to give their milk because the newborn children are no more. They passed away. It is to be regretted. Condolences. But the mothers, they have milk. They want to give it to somebody. At the same time, there are hundreds of children, newborn children. I'm sorry, mothers are passed away. So children, newborn children, 3 months, 4 months, 2 months, they cannot take idli, dosa, chapati. And they want milk. That too, human milk. And this these mothers to donate it. So they connected this dot. They collected. Sorry, I hope now you are able to listen. Am I audible?
Yeah, now
Yeah,
audible, sir.
yes.
Now audible.
Yes, sir. Connection was cut again.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
because of the signal. So
Yes,
what
sir.
happened is two things. These mothers were ready to give the milk, and he wanted to store. He wanted to store it. Uh, he wanted to store it. So therefore, uh, all the milk collected from these mothers who lost their children, that was in the bank, milk bank, human milk bank. Finally, this milk was collected, taken to these children who lost their mothers. See, that looks like a simple activity, it's a great activity, great activity. Ultimately, from UK, the institution was invited. Professor like Ravichandran and Vivek ji, the coordinator, was invited, and international reward was given. International reward was given. Therefore, uh, in Tamil, Manam irundal margam undu. If people feel all 179 coordinators of this region under the leadership of Ravichandranji and all over the India, if they feel there are hundreds and thousands of ways and means through which community engagement to obtain all 17 SDGs, elimination of poverty, stopping hunger, death, providing quality education, sanitation, housing, all 17 can be achieved through involvement of higher education students in the community engagement activities. Therefore, I take this opportunity to sincerely thank UBA, thank Honorable Government of India, and all those throughout the country working for UBA, taking leadership and doing human service for the development of the people. Only then, when you are able to achieve this SDG, only then the dream, Viksit Bharat 2047, developed nation can be seen. There will be a people without a hunger death. There will be people without a poverty, for which along with the government, UBA has been working. I take this opportunity to congratulate Professor Ravichandran, congratulate Professor Vivek, congratulate all those directly or indirectly involved in the process of UBA activities and taking care of achieving sustainable development goals and towards achieving Viksit Bharat 2047. I sincerely thank once again all of you for patiently listening and having given me an opportunity to be with you in this beautiful morning. Best wishes, congratulations, appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your motivating speech. Definitely, it will be a real motivation for all our coordinators in this region. So, in this context, I request our national co-coordinator, Professor Vivek Kumar, to deliver a keynote address, sir. So, Professor Vivek Kumar, sir.
Thank you, sir. Although, I mean, thank you very much, and it's my honor to deliver keynote address uh, on the occasion of this one-day workshop. Can I share my screen, sir?
Yeah, yes, sir. Please, sir. Please share. Condenser our screen share பண்றதுக்கு enable பண்ணுங்க.
Yes, sir. Enable ஆகிதான் சார் இருக்கு.
Okay. Vivek sir, you can share your
Right.
screen.
Right, sir.
Yeah.
Sir.
Yeah, it is coming, sir. It is coming.
Right. So since when I looked at the title of the workshop, it talked about the SDGs and Viksit Bharat. And as all of us know, sir, that we have reached to a certain milestone. Unnat Bharat Abhiyan has a very vast network across the countries, across the country. We have more than 4,000 institutions working under Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. Now the question is that how to move forward. All of us have a lot of learnings, especially institutions like GRI, those who have been very active during the journey of this Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. Now everyone is looking for, looking for some new, I would say, the new aim or the new target. So the first thing under Unnat Bharat Abhiyan was to connect higher education institution with the villages, and that has been done. In fact, every day we get a lot of requests from the institutions. I think it may be the same with the GRI also as RCI, that some more institutions are showing their willingness to join Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. In fact, I've shared this with Professor Ravichandran several times, that several ministries, departments, whenever they like to do outreach, they always talk to Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, because we have a network of more than 4,000 higher education institutions, and of course, approximately 20,000 villages. So the very recent example is that the PSA, because they are going for a big program, One Health program, and for that also through ICMR, they approached Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. So this question becomes more pertinent, that what next? Are we able to achieve our objectives so far? That analysis to be done. And then if there is some gap, how to fill that gap? I'm taking this issue today because I know GRI, all the participating institutions working with GRI, they had been working for so long. They all are experienced. They have their own experience, stories, anecdotes from the field, right? So it is very pertinent to talk to, the RCI like GRI and its participating institution on this issue. What was the objective of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan? If we look at the objective of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, the first objective was reorientation of academic curricula and R&D design to make it more societal oriented. Another objective was to provide experiential learning to the students of higher education institution. In fact, both these objectives are interconnected. Without having experiential learning from the field, education cannot become societal oriented. So experiential learning is in fact is the first step of reorienting the higher education system, whether it is the curricula or whether it is the R&D design. So no doubt that we have created a network, no doubt that our students and faculty members are going to the villages, they have become more sensitized about societal needs. But still there is a gap. And that gap is that in our academic structure, we could not internalize the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. UGC has started 2 credit course. That course is still not compulsory, but largely it is for UGC institutions, universities and institutions associated with UGC. But that course also is being seen as a course in isolation, very specific course of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, or a very specific course related to the community engagement. Now again the question is same, what next? Students are exposed to this community engagement, what next? The whole idea of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, as I mentioned, was to reorient the whole education system. What does it mean? It means that a student of or students of different discipline, their curricula become so that it helps orienting the students towards society. It helps students to understand the local resources, local community, societal needs, and solution which can be easily accepted by the society. So if one is a student of geography, he must learn other than the content which he is learning today. Other than that, he should learn about the local geography. He should do or he should have experiential learning on geography through these villages, through the villages of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan or through the local area. Same, if a student of history is there, then along with the history of the state, nation, and the world, student should work on the history related project of the local area, the village. That kind of restructuring of academic curricula has not happened. It is not that we lacked it or we could not do it. It is the time actually, or it is the stage. So far we were sensitizing higher education institutions. We were telling them how important is the local understanding, how important is the society, and how important is the experiential learning. The same thing is depicted in National Education Policy 2020, NEP 2020. And at many places, universities, institutions, they are not, or they're trying to understand how to implement NEP 2020 to the fullest extent. Now, one of the major component of NEP also, or NEP 2020 also focuses on society. So can that component of the NEP 2020 implemented through Unnat Bharat Abhiyan? The experiential learning, societal based education, society based. And that is what we can do now onwards. We can take up action based research projects for students. We should think of rural internship, design credits. Faculty should mentor demonstration projects. PhD scholars, they take R&D projects on local issues, not on global or national issues only, but on the local issues. It is not that local issues will not be using the knowledge, the global or national knowledge. Of course, when a student will be working on the solution of local problem, she or he will be using the global and national knowledge also. And all higher education institutions now look for the outreach unit. We started with the UBSL, but now we should move beyond UBSL and talk about outreach. And this outreach unit will be a kind of interface between the local society, local community, and institution. And this outreach unit is not just to deliver something from the institution to this community, but also to learn from the community. So this outreach unit will provide a conduit of experiential learning, right? And of course, during the process, projects will be designed, solutions will come out, and then maybe some actionable projects will be implemented. Some demonstration projects will be implemented. I just thought that we have some roles defined for regional coordinating institution. The same slide you must have seen several times, but I have just modified a bit. I've added another responsibility for RCIs, that is the experiential learning modules for PIs. We send our students for understanding village Adhyan. Unfortunately, we do not provide them any template. They're going there, but what kind of information they should gather from the field? That template is still missing. The students are going and they are collecting information about water resources. Can there be a structured template through which those students, those who are taking this kind of course, and that will lead to experiential learning? It will start from GS mapping of water resources to the quality mapping of these water bodies. It will also cover water budgeting, which includes the annual rainfall pattern of 10 years and so. And if we make a template like this, we'll see that it will help students of various disciplines, students of agricultural engineering, students of civil engineering, students of geography. They all will get benefited with this kind of template. Similarly, we had a concept of subject expert group. It is a high time that we further expand. Let's talk about regional subject expert groups. Maybe role will be the similar, but to act as a domain expert in a particular region. Because these experts will be having more understanding about that particular region. And that was the concept of SEG, that we should have experts which have understanding of that different regions, different geographical regions, different agroclimatic zones. So can we think of regional subject expert group? And why I'm talking about it today? Because I believe that GRI has that capacity that they can think of this kind of initiatives. I just thought that because this title talks about the SDG, but there is a limitation, and I've seen the limitation of the time, and I've seen that there is a speaker who will be talking on SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, in the afternoon session. So I'm quickly skipping this. But if you look at the broad subjects of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, broad 5 thematic areas, and our subject expert groups, they are linked with 27 Panchayati Raj subjects as well as SDGs. We tried to link different SDG goals with our different subject expert groups. That can see later also. Very quickly, I'll just conclude with these 2 more slides. We are talking about Viksit Bharat. And Viksit Bharat can be achieved only the whole process of rural development is transformed. for which all of us are working, and villages are made self-reliant. So transforming rural livelihood through S&T intervention should be our goal for Viksit Bharat through Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. And of course, it will have the component like women empowerment and gender equity. Even if we take two subjects, one like sustainable food and water production and management, and second natural resource management and protection. Just two subjects. These two areas have got a lot of potential to create livelihood, sustainable rural livelihood, and making our villages self-reliant. This Tech for Seva, I thought this one of the way of doing this activity can be through Tech for Seva, where all stakeholders can be invited. But I quickly come to this flow chart, how to create livelihood in rural areas. We should talk about, so first we have to identify the appropriate technology. This we had been doing through our CSIR program. Identification of appropriate technology. And the technologies, those who have got, those who have been designed not for the motive of profit alone, but also with the motive of societal benefit. Such technologies. We need to pitch technologies, we need to demonstrate so that stakeholder interest can be garnered. Once we have stakeholders, primary stakeholders willing to take up these projects, then proper planning. Every industry, new industry comes up with a detailed project report. Unfortunately, when we talk about the rural industry, we just think that if technology is there, immediately from the next day, if some funds are given, primary stakeholder will take it up and implement it. Scale may be little, there might be difference between the scale of rural industry and the big industry, but this difference in the scale of production does not lead to any difference in the process of industrialization. It remains same. Once the technology, product, raw material is identified, then we should go for a document, a detailed document, just like DPR, with planning for implementation, planning for capacity building, monitoring, evaluation, and that of course we should do through Unnat Bharat Abhiyan network. With this way, GRI is already doing this, but then as Unnat Bharat Abhiyan whole, we should start thinking about establishing National Rural Technology Demonstration Center and also establishment of National Rural Innovation Facility for skills and rural entrepreneurship development. And then just imagine that if we have 45 such units across the country, 45 RCIs or more, then the whole process of rural industrialization will start getting institutionalized. So that's all for today. We always talk about this, that future of India lies in its villages, said by Mahatma Gandhi. We always believe in that. And time again, it has been proven that these golden words by our father of the nation remain golden forever. Thank you. Thank you very much. Once again, thank you, Professor Ravichandran, for giving me this opportunity. And I believe that today's conference or deliberations will be helpful to participating institutions. Thank you.
So thank you very much, sir. In spite of your busy schedule, I know you are always busy. In spite of all this busy schedule, you could be able to spare some time and join with us to celebrate this Foundation Day. Definitely, the award objectives of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan is there, and everybody is trying to contribute for that. And when we recall those achievements, those contributions of different stakeholders from Gram Panchayat to at a higher level for making Unnat Bharat Abhiyan program a national program is really interesting. And whenever we go to the field, we understand that yes, we do something, and what we have done is something little bit, but there are miles to go. So in this connection, I join with my administration and regional coordinating, participating institutions to thank you for sparing your valuable time, sir. Thank you, Unnat, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now I request Dr. Kavita Maithili madam to take up, and Dr. Ramesh is waiting for handling the next session.
Yes.
Dr. Kavita Maithili madam.
So, sir, can I take leave?
Yeah, sir. Please, sir. Please, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Professor Ramesh. Good morning.
Sir, good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Kavita madam, please.
Good morning, madam. And
Good morning,
thank
sir.
you.
Morning. Thank you for your wonderful lecture, sir. It's very interesting. Now, I feel happy and delighted to introduce one of the sons of Gandhigram soil, Dr. R. Ramesh, who is currently working as Associate Professor in National Institute of...
Mic on பண்ணுங்க. Mic on. ஆள் இருக்கா? பேசு.
I feel happy. Is it audible?
Yes, yes. Yes.
Good morning. I feel happy and delighted to introduce one of the sons of Gandhigram Rural Institute, Dr. R. Ramesh, who is currently working as Associate Professor, National Institute of Rural Development, Hyderabad. NIRD is a think tank of rural development and Panchayat Raj system in India. And Dr. Ramesh is an experienced developmental professional with a demonstrative history of working in project proposal writing and long-frame development, skilled in academic writing, strategic planning, project planning, and training. His current research and professional interests include drinking water, sanitation, and waste management. And he has completed several projects, research projects related to NIRD in the field of drinking water and sanitation, that is in Jal Jeevan scheme and Swachh Bharat. And he recently completed, not only at the national level, he recently completed a formative research project on sanitation behavior of government of Angola. And he also played a key role in introducing master's program in rural development management at Bahidar University, Ethiopia. He is a proud recipient of World Bank India Country Level Development Marketplace Award from Gandhigram Trust in 2004 and Best Alumni Award from GRI. And he is also a member of the subject expert group on capacity building on program convergence under the UBA program of Ministry of Education. It's our privilege to listen to this versatile personality on his views on leveraging government schemes for creating smart villages under UBA in this first technical session. Welcome you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, madam. Thanks for this invitation. I must thank you, Professor Ravichandran, and the entire team for inviting me. I am pleased to be here. And when we discussed about the topic, we were discussing about model villages, smart villages, and what can we talk about it. So now, I mean, this presentation will be about what do we mean by model villages and how do we understand a model village. And there is something coming up new, which we call smart villages. And what are these smart villages? And that's what we'll be discussing here. So let me try to share my screen, and then we'll go on. I hope you see the slide.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it is visible.
Okay.
It is visible.
Okay, fine. I think I will keep the screen like this. I will not go for full screen because I find when I go for full screen, I don't see if the slide is moving or not. So allow me to keep like this. Right. So leveraging government schemes for creating model villages. This is what we discussed. We would discuss about. So model village versus smart village, and the idea of a model village. What is a model village? This occurred to me because often I am asked this question: how do you define a model village? What do you understand by a model village, and what constitutes a model village? So this question is posed because many of us have an understanding that a model village is a perfect village, and it has got developed in all the spheres of development, all the areas of development. Like it can be water, it can be sanitation, it can be energy, it can be nutrition, it can be health. So it is an overall development, a holistic development has happened in a village, and we call this as a model village. This is the general understanding we have. But here I just try to give a slightly altered view of that. A model village does not mean a village that is perfect. That is one thing that I want to record. A model village does not mean a village that is perfect in every sphere of development. Rather, we can say it is a village that has developed one sphere so effectively that it creates a ripple effect across many others. I think this is clear. One sphere so effectively you have created, and so it is creating that one sector has created a ripple effect across many others. That's how we can understand a model village. So development in one area, when done thoughtfully and sustainably, can inspire, influence, and ignite progress in several connected areas. That's how I would say that we must understand a model village. And if I can give you an example, let us say water sufficient village. Imagine a village that becomes self-reliant in water. Like, for example, you have done a lot of rainwater harvesting, recharge and groundwater, managing water wisely. You have done all these. So this single achievement of making a village water sufficient transform everything around it. For example, water has to do with the nutrition. Water has to do with health. Water has to do with livelihoods. Water has to do with greenery. So water, if you have sufficient water, your nutrition improves because water has plenty of minerals like calcium, magnesium, zinc that your body needs. So they add to the dietary health of people. So water is to do with health. So similarly, if you see health improves with clean water, reducing diseases, ensuring better health and hygiene, and the sanitation standards improve because you have sufficient water. So water has enabled hygiene and sanitation there. Similarly, because of water, your livelihoods grow as water supports irrigation, farming, livelihood, small scale enterprises, and so on. It is possible. I mean, you cannot think about farming without water. You cannot think about livelihoods without water. You cannot think about small scale enterprises without water, right? So it has to do with, it has an impact on livelihoods. And similarly, when you have enough water, you tend to have enough greenery all over. So, and also the time saved for women in collecting water. When you have functional house tape connection in your house, women tend to save time. So this is what I call a model village in water. For example, if you want to build a model village in water, you touched on water only, but it has transformed many things around it. And so it has created a ripple effect, or it has created a cascading effect in many areas of development. So this is how we need to understand the model village. That's the point I would want to make. So the cascading effect, that is important. So where you touch, does it create a cascading effect? like one well-developed sphere becomes the trigger for several related spheres of development. That's what it is. So the point is, transformation does not always need to start everywhere at once. So this is the myth we have. When we understand model village, we understand that it is a perfect village where everywhere there is prosperity. It is not like that. The point is, transformation does not always need to start everywhere at once. It can start somewhere, then spread in all connected areas of development. That's how we need to understand. A model village, therefore, is a living example. You can say this village is a living example for water sufficient village. This village is a living example for solar village. This village is an example for biogas village. Like that, we can say that we can give a living example, and that's how we can understand a model village. A model village is the living example of how focused effort can bring visible change. For example, I visited recently a village near Vedandangal block, near Vedandangal in Tamil Nadu, and that is the village name is Velaputtur. And that man, he had developed, it looked like an overall development for me in that village. But whatever work he had done, if you see, he has done because he has used Narega program to transform it as a water sufficient village. To transform it as a water sufficient village, he has worked. And that is the example I'm drawing from this one. And that is the inspiration for me to tell you about this. What do we mean by a model village? Right? I am talking about a living example, a village near Vedandangal. And this is a village, I would say this is an inspiration for how Narega can be effectively used for developing a modern village in water, with a ripple effect, cascading effect across. So any work he has done several works. This Panchayat president has done several works. Any work that he has done, you ask him under which program did you do, under which scheme did you do, you ask him, he says Narega. He says Narega, because we know Narega has a long list of 266 works, and this man somehow he knows most of these works, and so he is using that effectively to all sectors, and so he has been able to build a water sufficient village. And once water is there in the village, enough water is there, and there is enough water for domestic purpose, there is enough water for irrigation purpose, there is enough water for health, there is enough water for farming. All is possible. So with that in mind, this man has focused on water, and that is what is an inspiration for us to talk about that village now. And that is an inspiring village to talk about a model village. And he has not scattered his efforts. He has not sprayed around his effort. He has just focused on one thing. And he has also focused on just one program only. That is an interesting thing there, right? So don't think of a model village as a perfect. Think of it as an inspirational one. That's all. Don't think of a model as a perfect. Think of it as an inspirational one. So every village can become a model village in its own way by mastering one domain that uplifts many others. Just focus on one domain that will uplift many others. That should be the approach for a model village. One man's vision to see his village as a hutless village. He wanted to see every household in his village. This is another village I'm talking about. So this leader wanted to see his village as a hutless village. There should be no hut. There should be no thatched houses. There should be all pakka houses only. That was his vision. And so he has got down through various government schemes to provide house, state government schemes, central government schemes, provide house for all. The housing for all he has started. When he has given housing for all, then next he has started, how about the power? Every house needs light, right? And also electricity. So why not we produce our own power? So housing for all, plus he has gone for energy generation with windmill. Maybe when he created this, solar was not so popular. Maybe he heard somewhere about the windmill, and this is humongous vision, I would say, because a person living in a village thinking about having a windmill in his village, and so it was possible that he has it. And I'm sure all of you can guess I'm talking about Vodandurai, right? So his vision was initially to give housing for all. and then moved on for energy for house, energy for irrigation, energy for livelihoods, and then sell excess power to the government, and then create own source revenue for the panchayat. Like that, he has gone. So this has become a spoken about village. This has become a model village now. Model village in what people call model village in energy generation, right? But this energy, it is not just about energy generation. It has touched several spheres of development there. That is the thing that we need to notice here. It is not just about energy. It has touched several spheres of development there, like irrigation, livelihood, power sale, own source revenue, all that. So the journey to a model village begins with one strong idea whose impact will naturally flow to the rest. That should be the approach. One strong idea and whose impact will naturally flow to the rest of the spheres. That's how it is. So development spreads like ripples in water. So we need to start by creating one strong ripple. What is required is identifying one strong idea and start by creating one strong ripple. And that will create the ripple effect that we are looking for. That's what a model village is. So another example I can give is a model village in millets model village. Imagine a village that decides to focus on millet cultivation, reviving traditional crops suited to its soil and rainfall. The village invests effort in learning improved cultivation techniques, community seed banks, and local processing, all these. And I'm talking about Attapadi in Kerala. It is said to be a model village for many millets. There are many millet villages in Attapadi block. Attapadi is actually a block. So Attapadi, that area, many villages are known as millet villages. And this millet village was created now, and many of them are called millet model villages. Millet model villages. So how a focus on millet cultivation triggers ripple effect. This is what we need to see. It is just not just about millet. How focus on millet cultivation triggers ripple effect. Like we know for sure millets, when we talk about millets, nutrition improves, right? Millets are rich in fiber, mineral, micronutrients, all that we know. And also it helps in strengthening local diets and reducing malnutrition, we are aware. Livelihoods expand. SHG women start small processing units for millet flour and millet snacks, all that. And youth were engaged in packaging and marketing under a local brand called Hill Value. They have branded it as Hill Value, all their products. And there is another village, they have branded it as From Our Village to Your Palate. From our village to your plate. Like that, they have branded and they are promoting. And that is livelihood expansion. And then health outcome raises. Consumption of millets helps prevent diabetes. And then lifestyle diseases come down. And climate resilience, because we know that millets need less water. Making farming more sustainable and adaptive to droughts. And cultural pride also revives. The traditional recipes return, festivals celebrate local food, and community identity grows stronger. So that way, this millet cultivation has triggered a ripple effect on nutrition, livelihood, health, climate resilience, and cultural pride, and also all that. And that's the reason we call this village a model. Millet model village. Attapadi as millet model, right? What began as a focus on one crop, millet, soon touched every corner of village. And like the food, income, health, environment, culture, all these changed. So this is how a model village evolves naturally, not by trying to perfect everything, but by perfecting one idea that touches many others. Just perfect one idea that will touch many others. That's the idea. So when a village nurtures one idea deeply, it creates a chain of change and linking fields, families, and the futures. That's the idea of a model village, right? I repeat here, don't think of a model village as perfect. Think of it as an inspirational village. Every village can become a model village in its own way by mastering one domain that uplifts many others. So the journey to a model village, if you are trying to build a model village, it begins with one strong idea whose impact will naturally flow to the rest. So the same way you can think of solar model villages, sanitation model villages, model village for biogas generation, and all these. So this is the understanding we can have about building a model village. And now when we started this, we were referring to another expression called creating a smart village. One we had a discussion on model village now. So we also mentioned this expression smart village. What do we mean by smart village? What is the smart village? And why I started thinking about this smart village? My sources of inspiration for a smart village are, I mean, these three sources I can tell you as my sources of inspiration for model village. One is the focus of this program today, the program that we are in today by Professor Ravichandran and his team. The focus of this program is about Viksit Bharat, the Indian village that you want to see in 2047, India at 100. This is one. Second is, already some experiments have been carried out by some development professionals from Berkeley University, California, in collaboration with the state government in India, Andhra Pradesh. They call this smart village movement. It was fascinating to me to know what is this smart village, what are they doing there at all. So I was trying to understand and learn what is this smart village, what they mean by smart village. We have known about model villages, we have an understanding of model villages, and what do these people mean by smart villages? I wanted to understand, and that's my attempt that I just tried, and I'm just sharing it with you today. And the third is, Government of India has rolled out a scheme called BharatNet. Through BharatNet program, Government of India has already laid the foundation for smart villages. This is something that I want to emphasize. Through BharatNet program, Government of India has already laid the foundation for smart villages that we would want to live in the next 10 years or 15 years time. Right. So if villages are there, they should live in these model villages in the next 10-15 years. So what is this BharatNet? BharatNet infrastructure and connectivity. This is about providing broadband connectivity to all the village panchayats in India. That's the program. BharatNet infrastructure and then connectivity. Tamil Nadu is one of the front runner states in BharatNet. I must say this. So BharatNet is a government project to provide broadband connectivity to all village panchayats in India through an optical fiber network. Tamil Nadu is the leading state, I told you, next to Kerala. Kerala is also on par with Tamil Nadu to achieve 100% saturation. By 100% saturation means almost covering all the gram panchayats through optical fiber network to all the gram panchayats in Tamil Nadu. Now, as of now, if you ask me, over 10,000 gram panchayats in Tamil Nadu have got broadband connectivity by last month, October 2025 data. Over 10,000, I'll tell you the exact number as we go, but more than 10,000 gram panchayats have got broadband connectivity now. Right. So when I say broadband connectivity, I mean the BharatNet infrastructure plus connectivity, live connection. Right. So the central idea is creating smart villages by 2047. By 2047. So connectivity is just one step. Now that we have given a connectivity in about 10,000 villages. So if I can tell you exactly, by October 2025, last month, October 2025, 10,298 village panchayats in Tamil Nadu have been made service ready. They have got connectivity. And Tamil Nadu has 12,600 village panchayats. That means minus 2,000 panchayats, the remaining 10,000 panchayats in Tamil Nadu now have connectivity. And the idea is to enable e-governance, telemedicine, and education, agriculture. Many of these things should take place because of the enablement provided by the broadband connectivity. That's the idea. That's the idea in the next 10 to 15 years, and people should get used to e-governance, telecommunication, telemedicine, tele-education, agri-tech, things like that. They must get used to that. With plans to provide and there is another plan also to provide high-speed internet services to rural households also. Now that we have in the panchayat and the main buildings in the panchayats only, and the idea is to provide every rural household, like functional tape connection. Now Jal Jeevan Mission is giving tape connection, and why not we give every rural household Wi-Fi connection? That's the idea through which this BharatNet is moving, right? So that's an interesting thing for Viksit Bharat. And so so we can envision tomorrow's techno-rural person, right? So with over 81%, we can say more than 80% or 81% exactly of Tamil Nadu villages have broadband connectivity. And why not dream about smart villages? The promise of India's digital economy is very huge now. The digital infrastructure and the digital connectivity and the use people make of digital infrastructure, it is humongous in India. So with Jan Dhan account, for example, Aadhaar and mobile, like we have a bank account, Aadhaar linked bank account, mobile linked bank account, right? That's all is required. Jan Dhan, Aadhaar and mobile linked. All these together, three together, they are called JAM Trinity, has enhanced direct benefit transfer to all the beneficiaries in villages. Like it can be a housing beneficiary, it can be a NREGA beneficiary, it can be a old age pension beneficiary. All these are now going through direct benefit transfer already. I'm sure you are aware of that. So this has been, the enablement has already been provided. In some of these spheres, we have started working also. And there is a McKinsey report 2019 indicates that 94% of the small businesses accept card payments and almost 98% accept Paytm, GPay, PhonePe, all that, right? So this I mean, even without realizing, this is coming all over, even in the villages, we can say that. And we can say in India, Broadband Equity Foundation, it estimates that India is the second largest online shopping market globally. Right. As of now, India has 800 million internet subscribers. India is reported to be the world's largest internet money transfer system. Government use of Aadhaar for digital services has positioned India as a global leader in technology-based social inclusion. By, you can say this, you can see this data between 2017 and 2023, this 6-year period, digital payments in India grew by 550%. This is an RBI report. To 5, it has grown by, in the last 6 years, it has grown by 550%. You can see how fast this is coming up. And so maybe 2047 is too far. And maybe in another 10-15 years, I believe that we will be able to see all these happen in the villages also, right? And so now this BharatNet, one ripple effect of BharatNet is every village to have a common service center. This is one ripple effect that you, because now that you have a broadband connectivity, why not have a common service center in the villages and provide government to citizen services, all e-services to citizens through service delivery, ICT infrastructure. If you have, then it is possible all the CSCs, common service centers, or the front end delivery points, and they can serve rural and remote areas. It is possible. This is already happening in some of the panchayats we know, and this requires expanding, which is a scope of work for UBA, right? It is already expanding. This is happening. Only thing is we need to know this BharatNet and BharatNet connectivity, what is happening, and the villages that I have as service villages, do they have connectivity, and how at all they are using this connectivity? Are they just sending the reports, online reports that the government, state government and the district collector wants, or they are making these broadband connectivity to provide e-services to the citizen, the villages? Are they doing it or not? If not, we need to provide the vision required, and we need to provide them the enablement required using the available broadband connectivity. So let's see what ripple effect BharatNet can create. If only you and I can make the rural people understand what is coming through BharatNet. What is coming through BharatNet and what is the possibility through BharatNet, right? So we can say government to citizen services like Aadhaar enrollment and update, e-Aadhaar printing and downloading, PAN card services, and then voter ID registration correction, passport services, application for passport, appointment booking, status tracking possible, driving licenses, vehicle registration possible, birth and death certificates, caste, domicile, income certificate possible, utility payments like electricity bill payment, water bill payment, right? PM Kisan registration, e-KYC possible, Ayushman Bharat registration possible, pension services possible, and NREGA job card application and wage information and how much wage was received in the last year, last month, all that is possible. And similarly, if you talk about financial inclusion, another area where it can touch, BharatNet can touch, digital banking through common service centers like Bank Mitra, accepting, I mean, account opening, deposits, withdrawal, balance inquiry, all possible even without going to a bank. Money transfer and domestic remittances, mini statements, passbook printing, insurance, Pradhan Mantri, Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana, and then there are many insurance schemes by the government like PM, SBY, and health insurance, motor insurance, crop insurance, and then there is Atal Pension Yojana and NPS, National Pension Scheme, and loan facilitation through Mudra application. All these are possible, right? So when it comes to education, we know of PM Disha portal, which is a free digital literacy training program portal, and anybody can register and then they can start learning. That is one. In NIOS, we are aware of NIOS courses, online school and computer education possible. Tally, English speaking, computer skills, tele-education, telemedicine consultations through CSC, telehealth, and then health checkup services like blood sugar, BP, BMI, right? All this becomes possible for a rural person just if every panchayat gets broadband connectivity. I mean, these are the potentials, but as of now, what is happening is wherever they have got the broadband connectivity, they are just sending reports, whatever the BDO or the collector or the state wants reports on various schemes and what was implemented, how much money was spent, they are just sending these reports. And it is possible, my point is that it is possible, this can be made possible that people use these services for various benefits. And when it comes to agriculture, soil health card application possible through, and what information about soil related information, fertilizer and seed booking, agri input sales through CSC, Gramin e-stores, market price and weather information, farmer registration under PM Kisan Yojana, crop insurance, Gramin e-store, and then Wi-Fi chapel, like we have heard about e-chapel by ITC. And Wi-Fi chapel is possible in every rural place wherever you have rural Wi-Fi connectivity. Now that we have rural Wi-Fi connectivity, only thing is that we need to provide this enablement to bring about this e-store or this soil health card application. All that it is for us as UBA institutions to provide this enablement to show them that this is possible with the same connectivity. Right. And digital possibilities in agriculture, like for example, we were talking about IoT, now it is artificial intelligence of things. AIoT enable farmers to monitor soil, water, pests in real time, precision farming, and blockchain based market linkages, ensuring better prices, reduced middleman exploitation possible. And then similarly, e-NAM and online marketplaces and digital land records allow easy access to credit and easy access to know one's digital land records, and IoT-based water management, digital climate information possible. And similarly, if you talk about the digital transformation in healthcare, like I mentioned earlier, telemedicine, home-based healthcare apps are there now, and wearable devices tracking health status, and then electronic health records when available. And now, if it is a database, then anywhere somebody can access health services. And then AI and NLP, natural language processing, they break language barriers between rural patients and the doctors. Sometimes it happens the doctors do not understand patients' language, right? Maybe the doctor is from some other state. So we have now facilities, and this BharatNet can provide this enablement that the doctor need not know the patient's language, but he can hear in the language that he understands. It is possible, right? So digital innovation in education, like for example, we have now NDR, that is National Digital Education Architecture is in place now, like for education across the country. Right. So let me not take long time. So the possibilities are many. That's the
Dr. Ramesh, I think your audio is some problem. Dr. Ramesh. Dr. Ramesh.
Sir, he left, sir.
Yeah. Please join. Please join.
Network issue, sir. Network issue, sir.
Yeah. Please join. Please join.
I'm sorry, I got disconnected, I think.
Yeah. Now connected. Now connected.
Right. I was about to close. So I was talking about now just one scheme. I was asked to talk about many schemes. I thought I will just talk about one scheme that I think has a lot of potential. So I was talking about BharatNet and the potentials with BharatNet. So if you ask me what is recent about BharatNet, that is there is a project called Smart Village Movement run by Berkeley University, California, and some of the Andhra Pradesh villages. And they have brought in global technology firms like Google, Cisco, IBM, and Ericsson as technology and investment partners in this endeavor. I hope you know BharatNet. Initially, it was given to BSNL, and BSNL was giving it to several agencies, several different agencies to implement the project. And so now we find in Andhra Pradesh, all these global players have come also to implement this one. So Google, Cisco, IBM, Ericsson, all are in. So one prime example is now Google is asking so meters of you could have done this without cables. Without cables, you could have done this. Then they have brought that technology. So we are moving to the next level now. One prime example from Google is it has brought a new technology called free optics technology, a technology that has no need for cables. So without cables, now our complaint always is that these cables are there and they are damaging the roads and they get cut and then connectivity gets cut. Such problems. Now they say there is no need for cables and we can go ahead with the connectivity, broadband, all that without that. So that's what Google has brought now. So they are experimenting with 472 Andhra Pradesh villages now, and they are likely to move on to provide a fiber grid, a breakthrough free space optical communication technology to provide broadband connectivity, internet access to about 38,000 villages in India. Right. So they are moving on with this one now. So we have laid the foundation for creating smart villages. Right. So we have the foundation has already been laid in the form of through digital bridges bearing in view Viksit Bharat by 2047. So we have digital public infrastructure such as BharatNet. It makes government services inclusive, affordable, and scalable. And we have taken step one now. And taking to step two, step three, all these. And it is possible that many of the technical institutions, engineering colleges, when you have your service villages, it is possible that you need to show them the scope. Just take up one thing and apply this technology and bring outside this one. That's it. I mean, as of now, it is in a restricted use, in a confined use within the panchayat office that they can send the reports, whatever reports the collector is asking, state government is asking, central government is asking. That is where it is. Bring it outside to the use of the community, use of the households in the villages, which they have not thought about, which the villagers have, which the gram panchayat or the panchayat members have not thought about. So we can encourage entrepreneurship among rural youth via agri-tech, health tech, education tech, and then even care provider tech possible. And it promotes women's participation by enabling remote work, and childcare solutions are possible. There are apps now, and facilitates financial inclusion, climate resilience, and social equity through data-driven governance. So these efforts have positioned India as a global leader in public digital innovation and digital infrastructure. We are one of the global leaders. We must believe that in digital innovation and digital infrastructure. So all that is required is to create smart villages, the right mindset. All that is required is the right mindset and enthusiasm to go ahead with vision for 2047. We have the knowledge, we have the skill sets, we have the infrastructure in place. And that is what I repeat, all that is required is the right mindset and enthusiasm to go ahead with vision 2047. And this is what it is required. So I must thank you for this opportunity. I must tell you that this is a source of inspiration. I was reading this book and many of these ideas are here. India at 100, envisioning tomorrow's economic powerhouse. This is one. And the second one is how to create village smart villages. That is, these two books inspired me to make this presentation today. So I would urge you all also to have a look at these books and go through these books. You will have many of these ideas presented here. Whatever ideas are here, I'm just presenting in about 40 minutes here, but there is a wealth of ideas here, and so you can read for yourself. And I must thank you very much for this opportunity, and bye for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh, for sparing your valuable time in spite of your busy schedule with another program. You have joined with us and in celebrating the Foundation Day for Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. Definitely, the path from ordinary Gram Panchayat to model Gram Panchayat now and smart village or smart Gram Panchayat. Let us see how we are going to do it. But definitely, 2047 will have Viksit Bharat. With this hope only we are moving. And I joined with Dr. Kavita Majili and authorities of the Gandhiram Institute for thanking Dr. Ramesh for sparing his valuable time. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. And now I request Dr. Rabindranath Padaria. Rabindranath Padaria.
Good
Yes, sir.
afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Sir Ravi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, thank you for joining. I joined with my Vice Chancellor, Registrar, and authorities to welcome you for this national workshop, conference, in commemoration with the Foundation Day of the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, sir. So, Dr. Rabindranath Padaria is working as Joint Director Extension at ICR, Indian Agriculture Research Institute, New Delhi. He is having more than 20 years of service and has been bestowed with several awards from IRI and ICR. And he has a recipient of several professional awards. He has more than 200 national and international publications. And he is one of the active subject expert group for Unnat Bharat Abhiyan Organic Agriculture, and has been very active in almost all meetings to guide the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan activities across the country. So I requested Dr. Rabindranath Padaria to take up this session, sir. Please join, sir.
I have joined, Dr. Sir. Please allow me to share my PowerPoint.
Yeah, you can share, sir. You can share your PPT.
No, you can allow me from there. It says.
Yeah, Mr. Kannan, please allow Dr. Padaria to share the.
Already allowed, sir. It's an.
Yes, sir. He is allowing you, sir.
It's.
Dr. Kannan, please enable him.
Click share screen, sir.
I'm trying to do that.
Yeah, in the bottom of your screen, sir.
Yeah,
Chat.
it says share screen.
React.
I'm trying to click it.
Yeah. Go to the share screen. Full screen,
Well,
sir.
in the bottom of the screen, there is a column called share.
Yeah, that I have done it, but then from there I need to go to the window.
Okay.
That is not happening.
Dr. Kannan, please enable him.
Sir, already enabled, sir. Sir, please click the share button. Then you can see the screen. Then in bottom of your screen, you can see the button like share.
It is not there because three options come one moment you start: Microsoft Edge tab, window, and entire screen. I need to go to window, and then it is not allowing to share. Entire screen also it is not there.
Sir, can you,
Sir, are you
otherwise,
able to,
can you
sir,
share
are
to
you
me,
able
sir,
to see
on the
entire
WhatsApp?
screen?
Yeah, just a minute.
Excuse me, sir. In top of the screen, once you click the share screen button, hello.
Kindly
Yes.
see if it is visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now
Yes,
comes,
sir.
sir. Now
Yes, sir.
comes.
We are able to
Now
share your
comes.
screen, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir. Please go ahead.
Very, very good afternoon to all. I really congratulate Professor Ravi to organize such a wonderful kind of national conference where we all the partners related to Unnat Bharat Abhiyan are on platform and talking about many dimensions how to take carry forward the objectives and missions of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan in the guidance of Professor Vijayji and Dr. Vivekji. And in the morning session, he advised us many with many sound kinds of guidelines. So in this regard, I have been asked to talk something related to community engagement. Both words are quite fascinating, community and other is engagement. Moment we say community, we define the different kinds of stakeholders who are having some kinds of business or some kinds of relation with our efforts. And since Unnat Bharat Abhiyan talks about development of the India with respect to the empowerment of communities through innovations and also some kinds of institutional arrangements. So wonderful kinds of happenings are there, which for which we can take credit under Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. And some of the efforts, what from agriculture science we can perceive how best we can go for community engagement. I like to share some of the experiences. Since we talk of community engagement, everyone realizes its benefit, and there are lot many things. But I'll just like to reiterate or emphasize upon why it is more important for the institutions which are engaged in higher education. Particularly, they are engaged in research, then they are also engaged in academics, teaching, and then the transfer of technology. I'll just give you two examples of our kinds of experiences working with the communities. One is both are delicious fruit. One on the left hand side is guava, and on the right side mango. Everybody likes these kinds of fruit. But as a researcher, I found that some of the new technologies were developed, but it was not finding pace of acceptance with the stakeholders or the consumers. A similar things happens for many of the innovations. Many of the innovations are generated, but sometimes due to certain kinds of limitations or sometimes certain kinds of bottlenecks, it doesn't find place for its dissemination. This is one example of a farmer who used this technology that is called crop regulation in guava. Most of the time, we have seen how guava comes into fruiting majorly 3 times in a season, and majorly it comes in rainy season. But in rainy season, the fruits are insipid. There are not many worms in this, and also the prices in the market is less. So scientists thought that why not to regulate or drop those crops during rainy season, and more should come in the winter season where the guava is very sweet and the market price is also very high. And they devised the technology that if you spray the fertilizer grade urea, all the blossoms which will come in April and May, that will drop off, and there will no fruiting in the rainy season, but all the new shoots when they emerge, they will have lot of bearing during December and January. And that was a good technology. Everywhere we laid out the trial, farmers were benefited. But then if you repeat the trials for subsequent years, many of them withdrew, didn't participate in that. What was the reason behind that? Many of the guava growers are small farmers. Small farmers, they said that though your technology is good, we are able to have more harvest during winter and more prices also in the market, but your technology says that income will be restricted only to few months like December to March. But we are poor people, we want income to be distributed across the year so that we may have some harvest in rainy season, some harvest in winter season, so that we have some income throughout the year for survival. That is a good point because it's not on the fault of technology, but it is a kind of social circumstances. So similarly, how important is community's perspective? That shows one example. Other, you can see on the right hand side the mango. Most of the mango belts in our India have grown old. They were planted by our grandparents, and they are 40 to 50 years old, and they do not have that much of bearing capacity which it was having in young stage. So again, scientists thought that If you prune it like this, then there will be new flush, and then you will have the bearing of the fruits. But many of the farmers again thought that if you prune that orchard, it will take another 3 to 4 years come into bearing, and this 3 to 4 years there will be no source of income. And that was another logic. So we provided them alternate row pruning. So that is the kind of refinement done by the farmer's perspective. So it says that how we derive some certain kinds of insights from the farmers or the community, that is the kind of golden catch why we should have community engagement. So some of the non-acceptance of the technologies, what we witness in the system, that needs closer examination from the user's perspective. And also we should design certain kinds of our experiment.
Professor, sorry, sir. Sorry for intervention.
Yeah.
Professor Padaria, your screen is not moving. Can you move your
Yeah,
slides?
I'm in the same screen at present.
Okay.
So
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
how best we can design our interventions in the rural areas where we can have the participation of the community. We need to listen to them and try to get their kinds of perspective, their kinds of wisdom. This is another kind of example. If you have witnessed the kind of success of BT cotton in India, and many a times BT cotton, you know that there were certain technologies like refugia. You have the two kinds of package, one packet for the BT cotton, another packet given for refugia, means some kinds of the non-BT seeds are given, so that if you have in the all across the field BT cotton, there may be kinds of the resistance development in the plot. So they don't want to completely eliminate the particularly the American bollworm. So some 4 or 5 rows you can go for non-BT so that the pest can survive on that. That was a kind of Herculean task for the farmers. Sometimes seeding on the main plot, then creating another 5 rows for going for non-BT. There could be a failure of kinds of mixtures of the seed between BT and non-BT. Many kinds of problems it started because it was difficult to practice. And if suppose they are going for spray only to these 5 rows, the conviction was not there. Suppose the pest has come into these 5 rows and we claim that in the main BT there will not be incidence of pest, that kinds of in the initial years of this seed, farmers didn't have conviction, so they used to go for spray for they cross the plot. That enhances the cost of production. Similarly, there the farmers in Andhra Pradesh, they devised another mechanism. Go for pigeon pea instead of having these kinds of cumbersome process. They instead went for pigeon pea cultivation in the border room. Pigeon pea worked as alternate host for American bollworm, and that served the same purpose of refugia. These are the wisdom of the farmers. Similarly, when there was a kind of hue and cry whether India should go for GM crops or not, and even now it is there. Though we have witnessed the success of BT cotton in India, and now 98% of the cotton is under BT cotton. But initially there was resistance. But we have not moved for other kinds of crops. So there are different kinds of perspective coming from the different people. Just like we try to develop a guideline or methodologies for socioeconomic assessment of LMO, that is living modified organism, developed through the gene editing. So we called the farmers, we called the scientists, we called the extension professionals, non-government organizations, input dealers, seed agencies, and media persons. Every segment of people had their own view of either supporting or not supporting or doing the resistance. So it means there was a lack of understanding about GM technology. This the analysis reflected. Everyone agreed that BT cotton was successful, but other biotech crop will be acceptable only if profitable. That was farmers' logic. Scientists' verdict say that about safety had to be the major concern, and the media and the input NGO professionals, they talked about openness in experimentation. If you are doing some experiment, the data should be available in public domain, and whatever the findings are there, it should be readily available. There should be public awareness and educational planning, and it should be deployed through the government agencies, and it should be at reasonable cost. So many kinds of dimensions emerged out from this stakeholders workshop. So such kinds of innovations, when you are generating, which is influencing the different segments of the society, we must engage communities to listen to their thoughts, their conviction, their perception, their attitude, so that you design your experimentation or develop innovations which are useful and effective in solving the rural areas problem. So there is a need to harness the wisdom and networks of community for technology development, innovations, development, generation, and dissemination. These are the two things we are doing. Again, I'll put one a good example. This is a kind of survey we took for guava orchard. Many of the guavas were plants were infected with wilt, but one farmer's orchard was found in healthy condition because he had planted guava and amla in alternate row system. What was the beauty? We found that in the when the guava seed had this amla fruits had fallen down, we could found that Penicillium citrinum on the fruits of the amla. This Penicillium citrinum worked as a kind of deterrent or the kind of check mechanism for fusarium, which causes wilt in the guava. So we took this from the farmer's field that set a research agenda for our plant pathology researcher. They went for on-farm trial, and that led to certain kinds of successful management of wilt in guava. So it says that we need to go for some kinds of engagement of the communities. So in what levels of engagement we can do? Pretty talked about from passive to active level of engagement we can have. So in the initial stages, most of the time we only seek information, which is a passive kind of thing. Sometimes we consult, sometimes we seek the material like land or labor, and then some kinds we go for joint experimentation. But lastly, it should go for co-creation. It means they are also equally contributing to develop the innovations. They should be jointly engaged in the planning of your experiment, carrying out the experiment, and then taking the stakes even in the findings. And there should be also the joint honors in the patent or any other things. Can we reach up to that level? That is the kind of the levels of engagement perceived, and how best we can move from ladder from passive to active level of engagement of with the communities or stakeholders. Armitage defined that different stages we move through, like gathering of information, sharing of the resources, integrating the wisdom from one area or one segment of people to another segment, like farmers' wisdom and scientists' wisdom, or the traders' wisdom. Just like when we working for pigeon pea kind of Indo-Swiss project, and we developed the varieties, and it was suitable for more protein, and the taste was also good. But then when we talked with the millers, they told that these kinds of grains are not suitable for milling. So that was not appropriate for commercial purpose. So that is another perspective we have to bring in, and so we have to redefine the target for breeding for pigeon pea. So likewise, how best we can go for collecting the traditional knowledge, and how the farmers are sharing meaningfully and ethically among the other stakeholders, how we integrate the knowledge of the communities with the scientific knowledge, and how scientific and farmers' knowledge are interpreted jointly to bring a kind of common understanding. And we should go for certain kinds of co-creation of the knowledge. And that is the kind of ultimate level of community engagement in our process. So, but then what kinds of approaches we find most of the time? It is all contractual, that you give your land and services, and we shall do experiment on your field to find local solution or locally specific technology. That is just kinds of contractual arrangement. They are not a meaningful partner, but only provisioning land and labor. Other is, what is your problem, and we shall provide you solution. That is consultative. Other is collaborative as partners. We work closely as a partner, but ultimate is collegiate. I was talking about scientists work to strengthen the farmers' informal research and development system in rural areas. Are we there to solve their problems, or we are there to help them to solve their problems themselves? So Unnat Bharat Abhiyan talks about supporting the supporting the local institutional arrange the self-sustainable kind of area where they can solve their own problems through their own wisdom and skills. So when we say passive participation, growers listen to what is going on to happen, what scientists are saying, or they participate by giving information. Growers answer the questions what posed by researchers. When we go to the field, we ask questions and they provide you the information. That is the participation. Or growers are consulted and we listen to their views. This is consultation. Why these kinds of things are happening in rural areas, why there is so much of migration, why there is so much of soil salinity happening, why there is the issue of groundwater depletion. So we are consulting them and we find the solutions for them. But engagement means it should be more of a collaborative and interactive. Growers should participate in joint analysis, why things are happening, and also their decision making is equally important. So they should have the final say over the certain aspects, and they should take the greater accountability of all the change process, what is happening in the village area. So when we are working with the communities in the rural areas, we should take these kinds of considerations in our mind. But many a times what happens, there are certain barriers. Barriers are like first is poor accessibility. Most of the time our scientists and the students are also not able to go to the villages because of accessibility. And we have the different observational and experimental styles, and the environmental and the economies what we try to define, it varies to the from farmers perspective. And more important is social distance. So this is creating a kind of more of the separation in the two units. Or how best we can reduce this social distance. We should mix up with the communities. We should listen to them. We should respect their, and there should be mutual respect with each other. That will reduce such kinds of barrier, so that more of the meaningful engagement can happen. So how you go ahead with this? So moment you define any kind of problem, or you are having any solution for the farmers, we should have a clarity of purpose, what change it is going to happen, and how it will be sustainable, whether it will alter some kinds of existing dynamics in the society, dynamics in the sense of resource flow, and then understand the community, build the trust and relationship. If I am here till the solutions is materialized, or till you are satisfied the solution, I'm not going to withdraw. I'm not a seller. I'm not a kind of input dealer. I will just sell and walk out. No, we are here to solve the problem, and we shall see that there is no harm to the communities, no harm to the natural resources. But until unless you are satisfied that yes, something has happened, some positive change happened, we are not going to withdraw. So we should respect the collective self-determination of the farmers. We should foster the true partnership, and there will be different diversity, different groups will be there in the villages. They will have the different imperatives. Somebody will want more of the yield. Somebody will want more of the conservation of resources like water. Somebody will want more labor-intensive technology. Some farmers will require how it is going to solve the drudgery. So we have to be flexible and we have to be adaptive, and we should also ensure long-term commitment and demonstrate the trustworthiness of our approach in our work and the solutions what we are providing. So most of the time we are working with the different kinds of issues. Nowadays, more important is the climate change. So the United Nations provided some kinds of, again, community, how you engage your stakeholders. So based on these principles, we also started with community engagement in climate change adaptation. So we had this uh, kinds of processes. One is, first we started with enabling. So remove the psychological behavior, barrier, and that barrier will go until unless you are providing some alternatives, and we should promote some certain kinds of social learning. Social learning is collaborative learning. Let the people talk each other, process the knowledge or information passed on through us. That will remove certain kinds of psychological barrier. And then the alternative or options what we are giving, it should be cost effective, and it should be accessible, it should be compatible to the situations, and we should provide the necessary skills, capacities, and also facilities. Sometimes if you are providing some innovations, like most of the time I was hearing from the presenters, you are trying to suggest some solutions, but there is electricity problem. You want sensor based irrigation to be done in the farmers field, but there is another kinds of challenges with the fencing or any kinds of social security or the availability of power. So we have to provide this. So we need to enable the communities so that other kinds of things are also arranged. Then second is engaging them. How do you engage them? Certain kinds of community actions, participatory actions we should promote. We should develop the social networks and harness the social networks, strengthen their networks. We should create certain kinds of farmers meet and workshops. That is the way to engage. And then exemplify the results what you obtain through demonstrations, proving and upscaling, and then encourage them. If some changes happen, we should provide hand-holding, incentives, recognition, and also some kinds of peer pressure so that most of the farmers conform to the changes. So that way, this cycle process goes on to have a kind of more strong bond for any kind of change. So what we did, when we tried to promote most of the natural resource management practices, we promoted collective action and more of sharing of subjective evaluation. It means the experiences of the practicing farmers. What happened to their farm? What happened to their yield on income? What happened to the labor arrangement? So different kinds of experiences shared by the farmers. So because everyone has the different kinds of value orientation. Some farmers go for profit, some farmers go also believe in conservation. So different value orientations are there. So we have to arrange certain kinds of networks so that they learn from each other. So what we did, we created certain kinds of community-based institution like Pusa, Chetna, Krisak Club. There was participatory need assessment. We reinforced the social ties and natural adaptive practices, and we tried to promote community as change agent. If the community come forward, so the spread of the technologies or adaptation becomes faster. So we try to do certain kinds of social network analysis. That is another kinds of things we can do when we enter some villages. We should go for some kinds of sociometry analysis. It means who are the people who are communicating with different people. That will give you some kinds of idea what kind of strong communication network is in the village. Most of the time we approach with the kind of Panchayati Raj institutions like village pradhan or any kind of local bodies, and many a times they are able to assemble farmers. But if you have a kind of sociometry analysis, they will give you certain kinds of lead to understand the dynamics of communication in the village. Just like this, we try to find out what is the size of social network, what is the reach efficiency of the different group of farmers, what is the betweenness index, means how many farmers can bring more farmers to the closure. That gives you a kind of analysis which helps you out to identify people with whom we should work so that my project or my interventions will be more sustainable and it will engage more of the people in this process. So likewise, we developed climate smart villages. We went for community-based dissemination of conservation resource technologies. We had the Pusa IM Krisi and information kiosk, real-time growth of crop growth monitoring, soil health card, assessing the impact. And here in the institutional part, we did that we created Pusa Chetna Krisak Club and Village Climate Risk Management Committee, then Farmer Field School, custom hiring center, because most of the farmers, they didn't have machineries to go for any kinds of like leisure land leveling or raised bed planting. So if you provide some kinds of facilities, they are able to do it. And women, that is another segment of the society, they are very strong in agricultural activity. We activated self-help group. So that way, we try to promote more of the community-led development. So we had different community groups. We created seed banks so that the climate smart varieties are available with the farmers in every season. We created farmer field schools to promote more of the integrated pest management, less use of pesticide. We provided custom hiring services, sprayers, conoweeder, and machines. Then another part is even in the community engagement, if they are joining, whether the lateral or horizontal spread of the knowledge and skills are happening or not. So we promoted social learning kind of experiment. We did it. What is that? How best, how much, what is the frequency with which each farmer or the node in that they are interacting with each other. So you can find that density of communication increased as a result of social learning. What we did, We provided them videos, and information kiosk was done, and the farmers, woman, male, female, everyone were asked to see the film together, and then there was a kind of activation for discussion. If you see the steps in social learning, we stimulated. Some students went to our group of students, you can see they are standing, they are going to the village and showing them the video, then they are drawing their attention to the problems, and they facilitate seeing the video, and then after the video is complete, they facilitate the knowledge processing, means discussion with each other. As a result of that, you can find that frequently it is done. So density of communication increases, average number of connections per person, that also increased by 155%, and cohesion of the groups also increased by 37%. It means such kinds of practice leads to more of the interaction among the communities, and more of the belief, more of the conviction in the innovation. Similarly, we work with the agri-nutri smart village. Nutrition is a great challenge at the village level. So we try to promote more of the biofortified crops and nutri-rich varieties through the similar model. Now, another kinds of communities are like voluntary organizations. It's not only farmers. There are other people who are having some stakes, like voluntary organizations. Voluntary organizations, they have very good presence at the grassroots level. We can also bring in our loop or in our networks how they can be utilized for development of new knowledge or the dissemination of new knowledge. So we have got the voluntary organization partnership model. You can see these are the voluntary organization. Each voluntary organization have some contact farmers in the network, and each contact farmers are have their another group of farmers. So that way, if you are targeting some voluntary organizations, they are creating a rippling effect, a spiraling effect, and your reach goes to the many people, and that the broader variability of the information you get from the different segments or different villages. So that gives you a kind of conviction for your innovation, and spread is also more. Then third aspect is the partnership. It's not only the kind of our research organization, IIT or universities and the farmers or volunteer organizations. There are private organizations also, like BAF. And you can see this is a kind of market model. If you are providing some solution to the farmers, it's not only the kind of problem will be solved and that is end for the farmers. No, they would like to work out the benefit cost ratio, how it is affecting their daily wages or how it is affecting their livelihood system. So here it is one example how public-private partnership we can bring together. So these are the farmers of Nagpur. They grow for linseed and PDKV Akola. This is the Krishi Vidyapeeth Akola University in Maharashtra, and then Atma Agriculture Technology Management Agency, that is based at the district level. It is government agencies, and then BAF is an NGO. And now PDKV, this agriculture university, provide them the seed. Atma, that is provide them the training, and all the produce is procured by the this BAF, and they promote healthy biscuits with grown with linseed, and particularly the linseed of variety NL260, that is having maximum 43% of omega-3, which is good for heart. So if this arrangement was made, there was assured procurement. BAP assured them this much produce, we shall take it. So that's why these farmers collectively started growing this variety with the adequate training from and seed from these two agencies. These kinds of network, if you create in the villages, that will lead to more kind of sustainable solutions in the villages where we are working. Similarly, nowadays it's not only the public-private partnership, but it should also have convergence. Many of the people have the different kinds of innovations with them, and the solutions are to provided to the same household, like farmers. They need energy, they need light, they need varieties, they need health, they need education. So many innovations are there. How best the different departments can converge together at a single platform so that the multi-dimensional problems of the farmers are solved. So we are trying to work out more on the bridging the subsystem or gaps in the system and institutions rather than gap in the technology or yields. So what we can do, we can go for certain kinds of, again, network analysis of the different institutions, which of the institution has more predominance in that area, with that network analysis, you can draw it. So some similar pattern, we, we started working in Bihar. We developed a Pusa Kisan Vikas Samiti. Here, Krishi Vigyan Kendra, that is Farm Science Center, they provide the training, and Department of Agriculture and Allied Department, they provide them seeds, subsidies. Agriculture Management Agency, they also provide capacity building. Research organization like IRI, Indian Agriculture Research Institute, and Bihar Agriculture University, then the input or service organizations like NABARD and input agencies, and then NGO, that is voluntary organization PRAN. All of us together try to make it a village more of the climate resilient. So what we did, we tried to identify which agency will contribute what. We defined the matrix for the every agencies, and we have a common kind of guidelines. So who will work for what, and how much resource funding will be there from which agency, and the benefit sharing mechanism was also designed that it will be a convergence based model, and the benefit sharing will be equitable for each. So as a result of that, you can see that how the women farmers adopted solar pump. This solar pump for irrigation, and now Atma also provided on mushroom cultivation, goatry, organic farming, block demonstrations, and National Food Security Mission provided improved varieties for demonstration. Krishi Vigyan Kendra Farm Science Center, they provided training and improved seeds. Through Manrega, they got plantation of fruits and forest trees and desilting of ponds. Department of Agriculture provided improved varieties for demonstration. Soil Conservation Department provided check dams and ponds. We provided improved seeds, biofertilizers, and training. And as a result of that, so much of crop diversification, adoption of the millet crops, maize, pigeon pea, and the climate smart practices like zero tillage, direct seeded rice, organic cultivation system, many things started flowing at a faster rate. So these are the way through which we are able to do that. And other dimension is the gender, how you include the woman into your fold. So you should have joint training programs then, because many of the villages women are not comfortable sitting with the male. So you need to have certain kinds of arrangement where female expert and some kinds of joint training program, strengthening of SDG, you can do it. The third other segment is of the school children and in the boys or the college going students. We try to prepare the school children as the stewards of climate resilience. You can bring them into fold. What are the social cause? So through painting, we try to understand what is the major cause of climate change, and that we framing we call that we introduce environmental stewardship, motivated them to carry forward and work as knowledge workers in the villages. So there is another program for us, that is My Village, My Pride, Mera Gaon, Mera Gaurav, where our scientists and our students go to the villages. They define the problems with the farmers, and they work out the solutions with the other partners in the village. And that way we are trying to promote more of the community engagement. And recently we had the Viksit Krishi Sankalp Abhiyan, as everyone was talking about Viksit Bharat 2047. So we promoted more of the empowering farmers through science, innovations, and collaboration. So we are visiting the farmers, villages, interacting with them, and we are having a two-way dialogue, lab to land and land to lab. So bringing more of the research agenda with the farmers' problem, then preparing solutions and again giving back to them. So what needs to be done? To promote more of the community engagement, we should value and respect folk wisdom and belief system. We should discover and document the innovations done by the other stakeholders. Knowledge disseminations could be done through horizontal networking among the stakeholders. We can also think of value addition and create technology networks. And also some of the business development can be done based on your findings, because you are provided 1 lakh rupees for testing the innovations in the rural areas. If it is performing well, you can go for certain kinds of business opportunities, business development through startups and all that. But more important is creating the learning platforms through cross-regional peer-to-peer learning, and also the farmers or the stakeholders learning. And best is how best we can ensure IPR issues in joint experimentation and ethical considerations. So thank you so much to all for your patience hearing. and this opportunity given to me by Ravi ji. I'm really grateful to you and also Professor Vijay and Dr. Vivek ji for having this wonderful program of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, and being associated with that. It is also a proud privilege for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Rabinath Padaria, for sparing. Actually, I requested you 20 minutes. You have taken more than 40 minutes. So it shows that your commitment in delivering the things, it should go to the farmers, the functionaries of UBA, faculty members, UBA student volunteers. You have covered a wide variety of issues related to agriculture, the strategies to be used to address the issues, the community engagement. How do you partner with the various stakeholders for addressing the issues? Then convergence funding button, most probably the programs like ATMA. So then you also discussed about what to be done. So this shows that your commitment to the program, and definitely your lecture will be valuable insights to various aspects of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, and also the various aspects of rural livelihood, especially agriculture system. I take this opportunity to thank you on behalf of all the stakeholders assembled here. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, listeners. The next session will start by 1:30. Please join by 1:30. Thank you and all. Good afternoon, Madam.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, madam. Hello, madam.
Just one sec. Just one sec.
Yeah.
I'm in a session right now. We'll talk later. So just give me 1 second.
Kindly unmute your video also, madam.
Am I visible now?
Yeah. Visible.
Thank you
Visible.
so much.
Your audio is also clear.
Thank you so much. So I am good to go at your call. whenever
Let me introduce. We will welcome you, then formally, then we shall go. Very good afternoon to the August audience assembled online. Most respected coordinators of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan institutions, respected resource person, Madam Dr. Seema Sharma, learned colleagues from the UBA project staff. Happy to invite you in the afternoon session on the one-day international conference on Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, advancing community engagement in higher education towards Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and Viksit Bharat at 2047. This occasion, right from the morning, after inauguration by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Vivek Kumar delivered a keynote address, and Dr. Ramesh from NIRD PR Hyderabad, and then Dr. Rabindranath Padaria from ICR Delhi. They have opened new vistas on Unnat Bharat Abhiyan community engagement of higher education institutions. Now this is attend to Dr. Seema Sharma, learned professor in the Department of Management Studies, IIT Delhi. She has a rich experience in the field of entrepreneurship. She worked for the projects funded by ICR, Ministry of Agriculture, Farmers Welfare, Environment, Forest, KVIC, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, and a host of other organizations. Now she is very closely associated with the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan as one of the coordinator for subject expert group on rural entrepreneurship. So, based on her experience and the support to Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, I thought Madam presence is very much essential in taking up this conference to the next level. Since we are celebrating the Foundation Day, on 2014, the same day Unnat Bharat Abhiyan was launched, the avowed objectives of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan has been achieved across the country to some extent, but still miles to go. But when we unearth the potentialities of coordinators and the project staff who are associated with the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, there are still a lot of potentialities are there to be tapped up. And there is a good role for regional coordinating institutions as well as subject expert groups. So in this context, I have requested Dr. Seema Sharma, how best the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan institutions can foster innovation and entrepreneurship for sustainable rural livelihood through using the great platform called Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. Because Unnat Bharat Abhiyan is not considered simply as a program of higher education. It is beyond that. As the inaugural session I pointed out, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan has been developed a committed program for higher education institutions for community engagement. Amidst we have internationally recognized sustainable development goal towards global sustainability, and we have Viksit Bharat at 2047, the aspirational blueprint for the developed India. So, in that, amidst all these three factors, I request Dr. Seema Sharma to go ahead with this session and offer valuable information on how we can foster innovation and entrepreneurship for sustainable rural livelihood through Unnat Bharat Abhiyan platform. I invite Madam on behalf of authorities of the Gandhigram Rural Institute and Unnat Bharat Abhiyan participating institutions in the region. Thank you, Madam, for accepting our invitation. Now this is session to you. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, sir. In fact, I must thank you, and I think I should be grateful to you for giving me this opportunity. not just you are calling me, but the question you are raising, that is the most important question, that how innovation and entrepreneurship can really contribute to the sustainable development of India. So by training also, I'm an economist and I do my research in the area of sustainable development. So because of that also, this topic is very close to my heart. Um, and First of all, I would like to welcome all the audience over here, and I hope they are faculty members from different academic institutions and those people who are already contributing to UBA through their various efforts, where they are utilizing their limited resources to the best possible extent, and in fact engaging their students also in those activities. So coming back to the topic, so if we look at globally, I would like to start my discussion with a few points which are very important for all of us to ponder over. Even though I'm economist, but I admit that somehow we could not utilize industrial revolutions the way we should have, because in 18th century, when the first industrial revolution took place and we shifted from manual work to the mechanized systems, so after that, if you see, we have had several industrial revolutions, and lot of global wealth has been generated, but we failed on two accounts. One is emissions. Today, if you look at the emissions, the planet is under threat. Second important aspect, which is considered as a failure of this economic progress, is the problem of inequality. So that is what we are suffering today. This world is today a place where we have accumulation of wealth in just few hands. In fact, there was a study by Oxfam where they claimed that just 85% of the global wealth is just in the hands of 15% of this population. And this huge wealth has been generated using the, in fact, in this process, there has been a lot of depletion of the natural resources. So I think these topics globally are very alarming issues. That's why United Nations said that we must achieve our SDG goals. So we all know that we have 17 SDG goals and 169 indicators we are trying to attain by 2030, which I think seems to be a little doubtful, particularly because of the current geopolitical scenarios going on. If I talk about India, so of course SDG attainment is one thing. Government is actively working on that. But we are also saying that we are going to achieve Viksit Bharat by 2047, which is a wonderful initiative by Government of India. But my dear friends, if we look at Indian economy, there is one good thing and one bad thing. The good thing is that today we are fourth largest economy, and after USA and China. And soon we plan to bypass Germany also. So soon we may become third largest economy. But if you look at our per capita GDP figures, they are not at all comparable with these countries. In fact, our ranking comes at 10th position we stand if we talk about per capita GDP figures. But should that be our goal? I don't think so. Mere increase in our per capita figures cannot help us much when we have a problem of inequality in the country. When our agriculture, where we have more than 60% of population dependent on agriculture, that sector is contributing just 18%, close to 18% to the GDP. So how can we say that mere increase in GDP? Wealth will definitely keep on growing. Now we are in the digital world, digital age, where we are saying that AI will take away the jobs of the children. So the wealth will not stop growing. It will continue growing, but it may take away the jobs. So the situation is that if the jobs cannot be created in the manufacturing sector, in the services sector, agriculture is already not doing so well in terms of giving livelihood opportunities. So isn't it a very serious matter? Of course, it is a very, very serious matter. And at the same time, we should not forget that when China started its economic reforms, in every village, they had entrepreneurial ecosystem. Every house was made a startup house. So I think the time has come. Of course, we have been working on UBA since several years, but the time has come when we have to consider this entrepreneurial ecosystem very, very seriously, because this is our path towards inclusive growth. I hope you all agree with me that if we are going to have small scale such startups, self-help groups particularly, I think this is going to go a long way to put India on a higher growth trajectory in an inclusive manner, what I am trying to say. Here, it is important for us to understand that the entrepreneurship can be as a model can be where we are having individual entrepreneurs, micro level in the individual entrepreneurs. Another model can be where we talk about the group model where self-help groups are there. What we have seen in case of India, that self-help groups are relatively more successful than the individual model, because of course there are people, group of people where there's a lot of motivation, and these women who come out of their homes, they really want to prove themselves. Many a times when I address those groups, I call them that you are the leaders of today, because what you are doing is something which is the need of the time and need of the country. So what we have done at IIT Delhi, we are working on this in a mission mode. Actually, a lot of work has been done also so far, as I hope you people are already aware of this fact that we are currently working with more than 4,000 academic institutions, and a lot of work is going on. We have already had workshops for where we have covered the entire country, and soon we are going to start with the subnational conclaves, where we plan to go to different places and looking for the success stories which can be replicated to other places. I think this is something which, unless we work on it in a mission mode, I don't think we can get quicker results. Now, the thing is that, of course, when we talk about innovation, this is very, very important. The technologies that we are having today with us, AI is there, and digital tools are there. All those things, of course, we need. I'll talk about this also. But I would say that when we talk about these technologies, we are looking for low-cost solutions. That is something which is very, very important. Because when we looked at the problems that these self-help groups are facing, skill development is something where I found that government has done a lot of work on skill development, at least the basic level training. It is true that some advanced training is also required. We are looking into that also. But at least government has done a lot in terms of giving them basic level skill development training, product development, I should say. But when we look at other things in the value chain, for example, financial access, market access, these things are still not there. And I feel the technology can play a very important role over here. And that's how we are working on that. And that's how I have been motivating all our PIs that first of all, we should try to identify what are the activities that can be entrepreneurial activities that can be promoted in their villages. And I also requested them to get in touch with the SRLM, because all such activities are implemented through SRLM in each state. And they are doing lot of implementing lot of schemes. For example, SVP is one scheme where they are promoting village level startups. And our request to the PIs was that if you could get in touch with SRLM people, try to find out whether your villages are coming into that scheme or not. And if not, then at least the activities government is promoting in SVP in some villages, that thing can be replicated in UBA villages as well. So I think this is very important. First activity should be that we should identify what are the activities that should be promoted. It can be anything, talking from edible products, going from edible products to the garments, to sanitary napkins, and any other thing. For example, why not call centers? We should have call centers also. Any activity which can be taken up as a startup activity, we must try to promote all that. But yes, tech part is where we can contribute, apart from contributing to the development of the ecosystem, where we are also planning to look at each and every component of the value chain. Tech part, I would say, is very, very important. And I am very happy to share with you people that every cycle we are getting wonderful, Professor Ravichandran will also agree with me, that we are getting wonderful proposals for low cost technologies. So what I am thinking, and in fact, as I earlier said, that I come from economics. So innovation is something that was first talked about economist Schumpeter in 1934, where he said that it is the innovation that can really contribute not just to the reduction of the cost, but I'm sorry for this, but also to the further wealth generation. So he gave this innovation as a tool for the global prosperity at that time. So I was trying to request the audience here that let us try to look at, first of all, first important thing is, let us try to identify the activities. And the best way to do is just, first of all, see in your district which are the villages that have been adopted by SVEP. That will give you a very good idea that what activities can be promoted in your adopted villages. One more thing, wherever you feel that there is a constraint, there is a barrier, please don't let that idea die down. Please talk to us. We will find a solution, right? Another challenge that you people have been often referring to is the finances. I agree, I understand that, but please go back to the alums of your institution. Please go to whatever industry is there in your state, not just in your district, but in your state. I am sure, because they have to utilize their CSR funds, and now, as per current policy, the CSR funds can be given to the academic institutions also. So I am sure you will get, but even if there is a problem, you please talk to us. We will try to arrange for the funds for that. Do not worry. Now, this was more about challenges at your end. Now, let's talk about challenges at the SEG. I mean, not SEG, SHG front. So again, the same problem comes. One, they are not that much educated people. Their exposure is not very high. So they are not even sometimes to think about what kind of innovation is required in the design of the product. So I think there we have to extend our hand. Starting from the product development, our involvement is required at to the point where we are talking about the access to the market. So let us look at their products, their designs. Let us look at the quality of the product. Let us look at the packaging of the product. Let us look at the transportation solutions, and let us look at how they can sell. So far, most of the self-help groups in the country, they are selling in the offline markets only, right? But I think the time has come when we must connect them to the online markets. And we all know that Today, e-commerce portals are charging very high commission even after giving some discount, because Amazon, they give some discount to self-help groups, but even after that, the amount is quite high. So government has come up with ONDC. Let us help these self-help groups to register with ONDC so that they start selling their products. And once they are on board, they themselves will gradually start realizing that if their product is not doing well, that means there are other, because they would be able to see every product, there are other products which are giving better quality or better design, they themselves will start competing with them. So it's just that initially that hand holding is required, and I'm sure these women, they have lot of potential, and whenever I address these people, I always tell them that sky is the limit for you, because you all are the business women of today's India, and we are here to help you. And you just have to do one thing, you just have to keep your motivation levels high, and we are here to help you for each and everything, whether this is the product development, or it is the quality, or it is the packaging or transportation, or it is about a selling point, market access. So I think if and sometimes people come and complain that this is not helping us anywhere, we are not getting any marks for this, any scores for this, this is not even helping in our promotion, so why should we do it? So my response to that is always that this is something which is giving us a lot of satisfaction, that we are doing something for our country. We do not have to do any other social work if we are honestly working on this. And we all know we are learned people, we are researchers, we are educationists, and if we can contribute to this particular mission, you know that the success stories can be created. Okay, so I would say that once you have few success stories in your areas, that will definitely motivate other women to come forward. And of course, India would be known for its entrepreneurial wonderful entrepreneurial ecosystem for self-help groups. And I would request you that please get in touch with SRLM. And SRLM has been trying since decades to promote uh, businesses of the self-help groups. But I think it's not just the product development training. They really need a lot of help, particularly this startup village scheme. That scheme is very good. But I have personally noticed that for market access, again, nothing much is happening. They have created some showrooms. So I believe today brick and mortar model that may not be that much successful. We should connect them to the online markets, because what will happen because of that, whole world is the market. And today we were talking about some work is going on in Arunachal Pradesh also. So there women are making wonderful crochet products, and we were just saying that they can make garments, they can make utility items, they can make decorative items, they can make sofa throws and what not, and these things are so expensive in international markets also. And if we can just help them in improving the quality, so I think this is not just going to contribute to the growth of I would say to the economic prosperity of these women and people who are in the rural area, but of course also to the country. And the I would say the mission of UBA is to promote rural development with the help of local resources. So that is why we are saying that let us do something where these ladies who are working in some handicrafts or some edible items, anything, I think that's the only way which we have missed out in the past. uh, India is a country which is rich in every natural resource. And not to speak too much on that. So I think I should close my session with these words that definitely, if we are, unless we are going to do it in mission mode, these workshops, these conferences, these addresses, it will not lead to the potential output. And when imagine so many minds, they are going to work together, definitely we are going to get big boost to the Indian economy. And this is very much required also considering the current geopolitical scenario, where it is important that we create opportunities within the country so that our people can get more and more livelihood options also. So thank you so much. And I would again thank Professor Ravichandran, and I would urge all the audience to contribute to the possible extent, and please connect to us if you face any kind of difficulty. So with those words, thank you so much. I close here, sir. If there
Thank
are
you,
any
madam, for
queries,
you. Yeah.
I'm here to take up the queries.
Thank you, madam, for your wide discussion on various aspects of rural entrepreneurship. Especially, you landed your argument on empowering rural women and through SRLM, NRLM, and women collectives.
Yes.
So it is not a question of supporting the people, but you pointed out that how it is an individual role that we have to commit ourselves. That automatically comes to the UBA role. So when we talk about SDGs, earlier our thought was like this: wherever we go, even say for example pickle, a group is producing pickle. Normally, we cannot find homogeneity among the products. Wild varieties will be there. So the problem is just like industrial commodity, we could not market it simply. So the same taste, same variety will not be there. But now that itself become another feature for the self-help groups. So individual features of individual self-help groups, the members of self-help groups counts a lot. So as you pointed out, the matter lies on how best the UBA institutions can develop, can utilize the locally available resources to develop the local areas. That matters a lot. When we talk about entrepreneurship in general, rural entrepreneurship, and its connectivity with the rural livelihood, there are a lot of theoretical support exist. There are a lot of theoretical support exist, which shows that these things should go together, and where the role of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan is coming up. So really, I am thank you to you and your team for delivering such a wonderful lecture on various aspects of rural entrepreneurship and how these innovation in entrepreneurship and livelihood will support for sustainable development in rural areas. On behalf of the organizing team and the Gandhi Ram Institute, sincerely thank you, madam, for supporting us in this conference. Thank you. Thank you. When I come there, I will meet you, madam. And you are also most welcome to Gandhigram. Personally, please make a visit here, along with Shalini. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Dhanyavad, dhanyavad. Link share பண்ணியாச்சு. Now it's a session to think about Gram Panchayat, the basic unit of India's socio-economic system. How the Gram Panchayats are functioning, what is the role of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan in supporting the Gram Panchayat to achieve its objectives. In 10, how Gram Panchayats are supporting the higher education institutions to facilitate the students and the faculty members to get understanding about the rural realities and learn their theoretical knowledge with the field realities. So for handling this session, we have requested a renowned expert in the field of Gram Panchayat, Dr. G. Palanithurai, for our Professor Gandhigram, Rural Institute Gandhigram. To introduce him and to welcome him to this session, I request Dr. Kavita Maithili, madam, to proceed further. Madam, please.
Good afternoon, all of you. I'm very no,
రెండు పేరుని డిసైడ్ పెట్టండి. ఓకే.
he needs no introduction. He is a legend in the field of Panchayat Raj and sustainable rural development. He is a great academician, orator, writer, and development activities. He authored more than 100 books, trained thousands of grassroots level workers, and still continuing motivating the people in the field of sustainable rural development. He has more than 4 decades of experience in teaching, research, and extension. Even after retirement, he is igniting the young minds, guiding and coordinating them at various levels to realize Gandhiji's vision of empowered, participatory, and self-reliant villages. So he is the right person to give us great inputs related to strengthening Grand Panchayat in higher education institution partnership through Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. Sir, on behalf of GIRI and UBE, I welcome you and we are here to listen to you. Welcome you, sir.
Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Audible, sir. Audible, sir.
Okay. I am grateful to Dr. Ravichandran and his team for having invited me to interact with you on a very important theme, the connection between the grassroots institutions and the academic institutions. What are all the grassroots institutions? Panchayat is a grassroots institution, and cooperative is a grassroots institution. Voluntary organizations are grassroots institutions. Community-based organizations are grassroots institutions. There are many such a kind of voluntary efforts which are going on, and on their own they are doing their effort and they are doing all transformational activities. Transformational activities. But in this context, why we are talking about the Panchayat Raj system today? The reason is very clear. After 34 years of the central government and state government initiatives of transformational activities in the rural areas, the government of India found out the fact that India cannot be transformed without the participation of the people at the ground. India is not Poland. India is not Germany. India is not England. India is not America. India is unique. It has its own differences, variations, disparities, and despite all those things, it lives together. As a nation, as a community, as a country, and this country has got a democracy. That one has to understand. But what is the problem? Because if you have parliament, we have state legislature, state government, central government, schemes, 5-year plan. Despite all those things, you are not in a position to reach out millions of people in this country. So in that context, the government of India decided, and we have to enable the people to participate in the development process on a continuous basis, and we have to give more of responsibilities in the form of power. Let them take the responsibility to manage their schools. Let them take responsibility to manage agriculture at their level. Let them take the people's institutions at a local level on their own. People have got enormous capacity. People has got knowledge. They have their own skills. They have their own wisdom. They have their own technology also. Of course, all those technologies may not be useful today. That is a different story. but people have energy. They have their own vision. So in that context, it is necessary that we have to give more powers, more responsibilities, and enable the panchayat institutions to function as institution of governance, administration, and promoting local democracy. So the development will be local, democracy will be local, administration will be local, everything will be decided by the community. I am using it deliberately, community in the sense togetherness. All the people, all the segments of the people in the village live as a community together to transform the villages. And that was the dream of Mahatma Gandhi. Even before the arrival of the foreign rulers here, it functioned as a community. That is why Jayaprakash Narayan made it a point that India is a communitarian society. Both China and India, for a long, it was a communitarian society. So in order to revive the communitarian society, it is not a communal society, that we have to understand. It is not a communal society, it is a communitarian society. So in that context, the federal government thought, the union government thought that it is the appropriate time to create a new government. So far you have only two governments. One is the central government, another one is the state government. But now they have a third tier of governance, that is a local government, that is a first government, very near to the people. But over a period of time, what we have done through both governments, the center and the state, they are all the honorable citizens of this country. They are all honorable citizens of this country. Whether they are rich or the poor or the farmer or a coolie, whatever may be their occupation, they are the honorable citizens. In a democracy, citizens are honorable citizens. It is not the minister, it is citizens. Even if you look at the constitution, the honor is given only to the citizens. When they are citizens, what citizens have to do? Citizens have more responsibilities. Take care of their home, take care of their streets, take care of their water supply, take care of the cleanliness of the street, sanitation, water supply, local, cultural festivals, and whatever may be the local activities. For all the local activities, they are responsible and they take responsibility, and that was the assumption. In that context, a new government has come. As a result, the character of our democracy has been changed from representative democracy to representative cum participatory democracy. Number two, all transformational activities, including social justice, that part has been handed over to local community. And while handing over power, making them to take responsibility, somebody has to help or somebody has to facilitate the Gram Panchayat to emerge as institution of self-governance. And they need knowledge, they need new ideas, they need new technology. The requirements of the villages are not so enormous, but the money comes to village is not, very limited. People used to say that, we don't have money, we don't have money. If you calculate the money spent in the rural areas by both the center and the state, on an average, every Gram Panchayat, will get 5 to 7 crore. Sometimes, if it is a very big village, it goes up to 20 crore. And if the 20 crore is being spent properly on the plan of the people, most of the demands of the people would have been met. Unfortunately, neither the people in the rural areas are not in a position to plan for their own development. They have their own vision, they have their own ideas, but they are not in a position to put it together as a plan. If you look at the Constitution of India, there is no Central Planning Commission, there is no State Planning Commission. But at a local level, as per the Constitution, we have only one planning committee, that is a district planning committee. It is a constitutional mandate. Every village panchayat has to develop a village development plan. So how to do it? Till date, excepting Kerala, no other state has evolved a meaningful, scientific, perspective development plan for a Gram Panchayat, because it requires knowledge, it requires instruments, it requires a support from knowledge institutions. Which are all the knowledge institutions? Higher learning institutions are knowledge institutions. What they can do? They require data. The village panchayat, if they want to develop a plan, they require data. One is, household data. The second one is panchayat data. If you look at both, scientifically, you can evaluate the whole progress of the village or the development of the village and show the people that where is the village in terms of development, in which are all the areas. Then one more important theme, one has to consider. Fundamentally, the village panchayat has to work on critical development issues. What are all the critical development issues? Child development is a critical issue. Maternity is a critical issue. Malnutrition is a critical development issue. So likewise, there are, sanitation is a critical development issue. In our political discourses, nowhere politicians talk about sanitation, politicians talk about malnutrition, insanitation, untouchability, all those things, they are not the subjects for debate in their discourse. But local body has to do all kinds of activities, that is more important. So if they want to develop a plan, first of all, the village panchayat, the panchayat president and the panchayat councillors, ward members and the officials should know how to govern a village, then how to take a decision, then how to administer village, how to administer development. According to them, what is development? Over a period of time, we have informed them development is nothing but laying road, constructing building. Never talked about sanitation, never talked about malnutrition, never talked about anemia of adolescent girls. These are all non-issues from the perspective of the politicians. But whereas in the case of a new Panchayat Raj system, it is necessary that all the critical issues have to be addressed properly by linking all the development schemes which are meant for addressing all those issues. But unfortunately, neither the officials nor the elected representatives are aware of all those issues. So in that context, the higher learning institutions can do a job. What is it? Higher learning institutions can enable the panchayat to develop a prospective development plan. Then a higher learning institution can help the village panchayat how to, organize a Gram Sabha as a deliberative democratic institutions. Gram Sabha is not a place to collect petitions. Gram Sabha is a place where they have to deliberate on important critical issues. When you deliberate important critical issues in Gram Sabha, people will be aware of the implications or the ill effect of malnutrition, ill effect of the poor sanitation, and the impact of, improper water supply. So all those issues could be deliberated in the Gram Sabha. Then they can pass a resolution. Once a resolution has been passed, it has to be taken to the appropriate places for, redressal. But they are not aware, they are clueless. What they do, whatever money the BDO gives, whatever money BD gives, whatever money comes through the schemes, they spend it. Beyond that, they never take, they are not in a position to take any decision based on their understanding of the governance of the federal system and the governance of the state system. So in that context, a crucial role can play by the academic institutions, higher learning institutions. So what they can do, you can prepare a small administrative manual for the village panchayat. You can enable them by enacting a Gram Sabha, how a effective Gram Sabha can be conducted. You can demonstrate through a skit by preparing your students. If you demonstrate it in a village, this is Gram Sabha, what you are doing is a damasha, it is not Gram Sabha. What we are enacting, this is as per the constitutional provisions, as per the act. So in such a way, you can create awareness about it. Then the new Panchayat Raj system comes only to enable the people to participate in the process of governance, participate in the process of development. It means all the segments of the society in the village have to participate in the decision making. Gram Sabha is equivalent to that of Lok Sabha. It is not a statement made by me, it is a statement made by the judge of the Supreme Court while hearing a case of a village panchayat. So the decision taken in the Gram Sabha, if the decisions are taken as per the power conferred on it, that is final. So in that context, in the village, people are not aware about their own powers. People talk about empowerment. Empowerment is nothing but realizing the worth. So to realize the worth, the academic institution can facilitate how to conduct a Gram Sabha in a meaningful way, how to make a deliberation, how to speak, how to communicate, how to project issues, how to record issues, how to pass resolutions, how to record all the past resolutions, how to interact with others, how to listen. So there is a democratic process. This is a culture we have to promote through Gram Sabha. That is a democracy. Now you have only institutional democracy, not behavioral democracy. We talk about democracy, we confine our democracy only in election. Beyond it, we never perpetuate the democratic values in our attitude, in our behavior, in our activities. In that context, Gram Sabha can be used to bring a deliberative democracy. The second one is planning for the village development, and for which they need data, and household survey has to be conducted, and village level data have to be collected from various institutions, then collate all those data, and we have to analyze the data and project where is that village. Then we have to interact with the people through Gram Sabha. What are all the basic requirements of the village, and how to meet all the requirements. If you look at the schemes of the state government and the central government, nowhere in the world you find such a number of development schemes. India is one. Even if you take 100 days work, at one point of time, 1 lakh crore rupees have been spent on Manrega. Could you imagine what kind of activities could be generated through this? This is enormous. Likewise, you have 400 schemes in Tamil Nadu alone for development of the people in the rural areas. The Tamil Nadu government has published a document, but nobody reads it. That is a pitiable part. So in that context, if universities are entering into the community, if higher learning institutions are working with the communities, you can create awareness. These are all the schemes. I will tell you, Tamil Nadu alone, for a SC student, you have 14 types of scholarships, but majority of the students are not aware. That too, I'm coming from the first generation. They are not aware about the scholarships available in the government. So in such a way, you can provide information to the people. You can provide a skill to them. You can enable them to plan for development. You can enable them to carry out administration by evolving administrative manual. That is not so complicated. It can be simplified. In simplified way, you can develop. Then, and you can conduct a development seminar in the village with the participation of the people. And there, you are not only contributing to the development of the village, you are also learning. Many of the issues which are being faced by the people, we are not aware, academicians are not aware. But whereas in this country, we have a powerful constitution in this world. Average longevity of a constitution is 17 years. But our constitution withstood for about 75 years. 75 years, we have only one constitution. We don't have a provincial constitution. More than 100 times we have amended, because to suit the requirements of the changing conditions, we are amending. So our constitution is a vibrant document. Constitution gives protection to the people. Many people may not aware. Even if you talk about the preamble of the constitution, you can create awareness about the constitution. So constitution gives, protection to the people. The next one is, and by, going to the village, working with the villager, it is necessary that you are educating them. In fact, through the process of education, what you are learning, the conditions, the real conditions. You go to every village, you have a graveyard, you have a crematorium. Who are all working there? If it is in the urban areas, there are people hiring charge. But in the rural areas, we have a particular community burning the dead corpse and burying the dead bodies, for which what is the minimum wage? Nobody knows and nobody bothers. Look at the conditions of them. Then go to the villages. You test the health of the poor adolescent girls. More than 60% of the adolescent girls, that too from the poor families in the rural areas, they are affected by anemia. If an anemia affected girls are getting married, what will be the implications of it? Go and ask the doctor will tell you. Then malnutrition, and 53% of the children from the poor families are affected by malnutrition. Then you ask the doctor what will be the implications of the malnutrition of the children, he will tell you. These are all very serious issues. Then about sanitation. how to manage waste. Nobody knows. Everybody throws, garbage into street, but nobody knows how to salvage it, how to solve it. So you can educate them. So in that context, the role of higher learning institution is more important. For about 75 years, we have been talking about the linkage between academia and the community. But incidentally, after the globalization, everybody talks about the linkage between industry and academic institutions. But we in Gandhigram, not only Gandhigram, even the Jesuit institutions, they also talk about the outreach programs. So outreach, basically, the higher learning institutions have got three mandate functions. Ravi?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Uh,
We are hearing, sir. We are hearing.
Okay. So three mandatory functions. One is teaching, another one is research, and the third one is outreach. This is also a mandate now through the UBA. UBA is not only a scheme, it is an enabling instrument to carry out our academic activities in the field, as an outreach program. So in that context, what I appeal to you is, when you do such a kind of activities, not for central government, not for state government, not for your vice chancellor, not for your principal, it is our responsibility. As a citizen, we have to do our work for the citizens. So from that perspective, if you look at it, enormous activities you can do in the villages. If you are interested in doing such a kind of activities in the villages, you can kindly contact me through Ravichandran. He will enable you and I will help you. I will also work with you. With this, I end my small introductory note to the subject. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. You have given a lot of insights to the functioning of Gram Panchayat and how it can be linked with the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. It is really interesting, sir. I request Madam Kavita Majali to formally thank you, sir.
Really, it's a wonderful system, sir. They have given us the inputs what higher education institutions should involve in preparation of village development programs and also preparing the manuals for administrative programs. It will be useful for all the coordinators, VBA coordinators who are listening to them, and we'll be doing these activities in our near future. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation, sir. Thank you.
Thank you,
sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, participants. Now another interesting session is on Unnat Bharat Abhiyan and National Education Policy 2020. How to design the strategies for the future in the context of Sustainable Development Goal and Viksit Bharat. For this designing strategy, we have requested Dr. Sagit Bigari. He is Associate Professor in Development Studies in Indian Institute of Public Administration, New Delhi. Shar will join shortly. Friends, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan is a major societal engagement program of the higher education institutions. National education policy gives due importance for community engagement along with the academic and research programs of the higher education institutions. So when we engage in the community, the higher education institutions could be able to utilize its own resources to develop the rural areas as well as to give a practical and social laboratory for the students and the staff to cross-check and cross-learn what they have learned in the classrooms and our theoretical mode. When you are engaging with the community, the institution has become engaged in institutions. Right from the what we can say, rural institutes in the country till today, many institutions have gone for various types of community engagement programs. In 2014, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan was launched this day. That's why today we are celebrating the foundation day for Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. Government of India, Ministry of Education has evaluated the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan achievements in this period from 2014 to 2025 and engaged Indian Institute of Public Administration for that process. Now, from our mouth, we are interested to learn Professor Sakit Bigari, what sort of achievements Unnat Bharat Abhiyan has made. What is the theoretical support for this Unnat Bharat Abhiyan as a community engagement program of the higher education institution exists? So what sort of new strategies to be designed in the context of achieving NEP 2020 as well as SDG and Viksit Bharat 2047? Now I request Dr. Sakit Bigari to take up this session. On behalf of the participants assembled here and on behalf of the authorities of the Gandhi Ramlal Institute and the UBA team, I extend my warm welcome to Dr. Sakit Bigari. So, hearty welcome, sir.
Sir, thank you very much. Very good afternoon to you all.
Good afternoon, sir. Kindly open your video. Kindly open your video also. Please go get. This is your session.
Can we, just 1 second, I'm getting certain technical issues sorted out.
Yeah. Please go get.
ये कहाँ चले गए? इसे खुल रहा है क्या? हाँ. Yes. I hope I am audible to you all and I am also visible, I believe. So
Yes, sir, you are audible and visible, sir. Please go.
thank
Please
you
go
very
get.
much. At the outset, I am grateful to Dr. K. Ravichandran ji, Coordinator UBA, the Gandhi Gram Rural Institute, GTPU, Gandhi Gram, Tamil Nadu, for organizing a very topical conference on Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, advancing community engagement in higher education towards Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and Viksit Bharat at 2047. Sir, the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan is a central sector flagship scheme of Ministry of Education, Government of India, designed to connect higher education institutions with rural communities to address developmental challenges through knowledge transfer, technological interventions, and participatory engagement. This scheme was conceived in 2014 as a pilot with 132 villages and was further scaled up in 2018. The scheme has now evolved into a nationwide program for sustainable rural transformation. The scheme was implemented by Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, as the National Coordinating Institute, keeping in loop institutional support galvanized from 50 regional coordinating institutions, and Gandhi Gram, the Gandhi Gram Rural Institute, Gandhi Gram Tamil Nadu is one of them. It has also 15 subject expert groups and thousands of participating institutions. The scheme's coverage has expanded substantially since its inception, engaging approximately 4,486 higher education institutions across 35 state and union territories, covering around 21,200 to 21,300 villages in 603 districts. More than 5 lakh students and 30,000 faculty members have participated in rural immersion and problem solving activity. However, participation remains uneven, with some institutions actively only participating on paper, and a number of districts are still uncovered, because we have a total of 785 districts, of which only this scheme has been implemented to 603 districts, with, of course, limited number of villages. However, participation remains uneven, with some institutions with very active participation. The three-tier governance structure, comprising the National Coordinating Institute, regional coordinating institutes, and participating institution, is functional. But the subject expert group, that is SCG, has 15 members in total, remain underutilized, and several RCIs require capacity strengthening to provide consistent support. Academic integration has been a notable success. The University Grant Commission has introduced a 2-credit course on social responsibility and community engagement, while the All India Council for Technical Education has launched rural internship under Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. 7 master trainers have been identified for faculty capacity building, and a UBA supported MOOC has engaged nearly 13,000 to 14,000 students. In our understanding, we found one of the important institutions, namely in Agra, was deeply interested into the preparation of MOOC-related contents. At the same time, field reports indicate that the non-technical institutions remain under-mobilized, limiting UBA's potential for cross-disciplinary problem solving in areas such as social sciences, management, and governance. Students and faculty have contributed to hygiene and sanitation awareness, women's empowerment, renewable energy adoption, and digital literacy, yet many respondents reported only superficial engagement due to inadequate incentives, lack of structured credit recognition, and limited time for field immersion. On the technical front, UBA has facilitated more than 543 interventions and piloted over 200 eco-friendly solutions in areas such as water management, sanitation, renewable energy, and basic amenities. Examples include solar-based water purification units, improved sanitation models, and livelihood-enhancing technology. I would like to put in place the very effective initiative taken by Gandhigram institution for taking a very effective initiation into horticulture. Yet the thematic focus remains skewed, with renewable energy and sanitation interventions dominating, while sustainable agriculture and livelihood promotion, 2 of the scheme's core pillars, are less emphasized. Field survey responses confirm this trend. About 44% of participants reported introducing technological solutions, while 56% did not, highlighting a gap between academic planning and village level development. Financially, UBA has demonstrated efficiency in resource use. Expenditure efficiency has been high, with each crore rupee of spending engaging approximately 170 institutions. However, concern persists over delays in fund release, shortfalls in seed money allocated to PIs, that is rupees 50,000, widely regarded as insufficient, and dependence on external sources such as corporate social responsibility funds. Emphasizing the importance of UBA, Honorable Ministry of Education has also stated in the Parliament that the Abhiyan is an important step towards making the country developed. Unnat Bharat Abhiyan is an effort to make people aware of the rural problems and create a sense of dedication towards society in the minds of students. Accordingly, the program envisages involving a system of which by which the higher education institutes work on a cluster of villages each and gradually expand the outreach. As per the program, the higher learning institutions would carry out studies of natural and physical attributes and living conditions in the adopted villages. After a detailed study, it was found that the exercises and assessment of the livelihood and physical infrastructure, improving the quality of life which accrued through a participatory approach. Further, higher education institutions utilize their knowledge to prepare social, technical, and management appropriate solutions with workable action plans for students in such institutions to be reoriented and connected to the realities of rural life so that their learning and research work also become more relevant to the people of our country, particularly the countryside. Now, looking at the importance of the objective of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, in sharp contrast with the Sustainable Development Goals, the first objective of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan directly contributes to the achievement of Sustainable Development Goal number 4 that vouches for equality of education and indirectly supports Sustainable Goal number 1, 8, 10, 11 and 17 by engaging higher educational institutions in understanding rural realities. This objective represents experimental learning and community-based education. Promoting outcome-based education, it encourages interdisciplinary and socially relevant learnings, which enhances civic responsibility among students. By integrating rural engagement into higher education curricula, UBA makes education not only academic but societally transformative. UBA emphasizes education for sustainable development under Sustainable Development Goal number 4 by connecting classrooms with communities. The second objective of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan aligns primarily with Sustainable Development Goal number 9 that deals with industry, innovation and infrastructure and supports the Sustainable Development Goals number 2, 6, 7, 8, 12, 13 and 17. The objective directly promotes innovation-led rural development consistent with Sustainable Development Goal number 9. Higher education institutions act as innovation hubs to develop context-specific technologies in agriculture, energy, water, housing, and livelihoods. The initiative encourages rural entrepreneurship and small-scale industries through technological empowerment. The objective third of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan aligns primarily with Sustainable Development Goal number 16 that vouches for peace, justice, and strong institutions, and Sustainable Development Goal number 17 that goes hand in hand with partnership for the goals. By leveraging institutional knowledge, UBA strengthens the capacity of Panchayati Raj institution and local governance system. Higher education institutions assist in planning, monitoring and evaluation of rural schemes, enhancing accountability, transparency. It promotes participatory decision making and evidence-based implementation. This objective builds collaborative framework between academia, government agencies, civil society, rural community, higher education institutions serve as knowledge intermediaries linking local realities with government policy frameworks. It also promotes cross-sector partnership for resource mobilization and program synergy. So this is the basic detail about the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, a scheme which is designed to ensure that students of our higher education institutions must get exposure of the rural India. Because if India has to develop, if our country has to develop, obviously our focus must shift to the rural areas. Because India lives in villages, Bharat Mata Gram Vasini. The mother India lives in villages, and if we could promote, foster, boost the socio-economic conditions of our village India, definitely the India would progress. So this is the basic, I think, assumption, or this is the basic idea, I should say rather, based on which this scheme has been envisioned and also implemented. But the point is, if we look at the National Education Policy 2020, there are certain important points that we have to consider. Number one is that we have to promote the multidisciplinary approach. And multidisciplinary approach implies that instead of doing our academics in the silos, we need to promote the idea of melting pot, where we have to appreciate and accommodate the ideas, the thoughts, the wisdom, the knowledge from the other disciplines. Number second is to create a skill-based education. So now the point is that if a skill is to be promoted, then obviously it should not go in the vacuum. We must know what kind of skills we actually require, and those skills should only be integrated with our education system. For example, if you go to the rural India, you may find that our rural inhabitants have their different requirements across the country. The requirement of Tamil Nadu, the requirement of Andhra Pradesh, the requirement of Telangana, the requirement of Kerala, the requirement of Manipur, the requirement of Assam, the requirement of other states and other North Indian states may not necessarily be the same. So, in order to address their requirement, we really need to know what kind of skill we really require so that we can bridge the gap. And for that, we have already set up a state skill development missions in different states. So the national education policy stresses upon integration of skills with the education system. So how relevant skill could be added and how our student could be imparted or given the knowledge in such a way that when they pass out, they do not move like vagabond, they do get some job somewhere that really helps the demand of their survival. The third important point that I believe is important about the national education policy is to improve the gross enrollment ratio. And the gross enrollment ratio promotion is very important, and we are finding a seismic gap between the 12th pass outs and the BA first year entrance. So we have to actually minimize the gap between both these entities so that we can have a maximum hold or maximum edge on what is called the gross enrollment ratio. The next important point about the national education policy is to really promote what is called e-governance system in our entire educational administration. That administration which happened to be earlier, of course, administration is all about obeying the value of chains and commands for execution of the work. So how it can really be integrated with the e-system so that you can really very immediately receive the command and you can follow it. Whether it is about the implementation of anything or it is all about the pedagogy, I could witness that many universities and colleges have now upgraded their classrooms into the digital classroom where they have digital, their boards, everything is so live that the students are also feeling attracted. Very significantly, I would also like to place on record that the national education policy also vouches for creating a balanced integration between what is called industry, academia, and market. What is the requirement of the market? What kind of produces are being manufactured by our houses, manufacturing houses, and what kind of academia or intellectuals or scholars or the teachers we have who are competent enough to provide the education in a way that would be fulfilling the demands of the industries. According to one of the reports by what is called PhD Chamber of Commerce, they say forget about the normal institutions, even the top-notch institutions of our country, namely IIMs and IITs. They do the kind of education that they are providing is also having somewhere approximately 62% of the skill gap. So Somewhere we have to ensure that a skill gap is to be fulfilled, is to be bridged, is to be plugged in. And unless the skill gaps are to be plugged in, nothing is really going to happen, because this is the demand of the time. Because the land size has shrunk like anything. So the kind of land, the size of land that our village India is having is not sufficient for a household to live on. Approximately 65+% people are not having even 1 acre of land. We do not have big land owners anymore now. I remember when the accounting started in way back 1961, you had somewhere around 11.8% of the big landlord, where their number has considerably gone down, and it is somewhere closer to 0.6%. So big landlord is anybody who owns somewhere approximately around 25 acres of land. So most of the people in the countryside are having approximately, say, hardly 1 acre of land. So when you have 3 children in the household and you have 1 acre of less than 1 acre of land, then obviously it is very difficult to meet the required needs. And obviously the alternative is to have a second string to our bow. And in order to have a second string to our bow, definitely we require a skilled manforce or skilling that can really help us out. And for that, we have a number of schemes in the ecosystem in the Skill India mission. But Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, one of the flagship schemes of Government of India, has also possibility to provide relevant skill to our students. Because when they go to the village India, when they get into the rural immersion program, they get to know where is the problem, and accordingly they try to innovate, because it is rightly said that necessity is the mother of invention. So when they get to know the problem of the rural India, the village India, the countryside, whatever knowledge they have acquired, they try to find some solutions out of that, and they provide it to the rural India. With the help of that, rural India progresses. So the scheme is very much aligned with the National Education Policy 2020. It is aligned in the sense that students get comprehended about the stark realities of rural life. It is very much aligned in the sense that students get to know what actually is the rural India. They do not sit merely on the island of knowledge in the select few urban India. So they get to know this. We have a total of 2.75 lakh gram panchayats in our country, but we have not been able to cover all those with the help of this scheme. We have some 44,000 or so coverage of gram panchayat through this Unnat Bharat Abhiyan scheme. And we are wanting that if the bandwidth, the outreach of the scheme could be improved. So obviously we do consider that if the teachers also get certain kind of incentive in terms of getting certain academic credentials from the UGC, so we have attempted to prescribe it in one of our recommendations. Let us see to what extent our recommendations are going to be considered. So we have also vouched for improving the financial size of the scheme, the financial budget of the scheme. And let me brief you that merely from some 9 crore plus, I have requested the ministry to enlarge it to some 30 crore or so. And in the next coming 5 years, the budget is going to be 500 crores. So the scheme's financial health is going to improve. The scheme's architecture has also been revisited. We have also recommended certain more layers to be in so that the scheme can very effectively be implemented. We have also attempted that if the RCIs can be empowered more, if the PI, that is the program implementing institutions, or the implementing institutions, child institutions, they have some more financial budget to do certain kind of research, to take student for more duration, because I personally believe that just visiting the village India for 1 hour, 2 hour is not going to solve the purpose unless the students are made to stay there maybe for a week or 5 days or so in the same atmosphere, in the same ecosystem. If it is done so, then there is a possibility that this scheme will definitely take off much better than what it has done so far. Very importantly, I would also like to place on record that the kind of mobilization of institutions that we have in place now is not sufficient or it is not appropriate. I have also requested the ministry if we can spend some more resources, more RCIs, more PIs into the publicity, into the publicity, initiative, that because unless publicity is given, because when I was visiting to different institutions, even in Delhi, many colleges are not aware of what is called this UBA scheme. So UBA scheme's publicity is little abysmal, and we want the publicity of this scheme to be improved, and we are expecting more roles from the RCIs, the regional coordinating institution. And I am happy to note that Gandhigram institution has already been appreciated in one of the phases of the implementation of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. The dedication of Dr. Ramchandran has really been appreciated across the quarters, and I have also got to know from the implementing agency, that is IIT Delhi, that they have also prepared so many knowledge resource on Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. It is a welcome step, and I appreciate it with my all passion of mental attraction. And I do believe that the initiative that has been taken by Gandhigram Institute will be obviously adopted or copied by other regional centers, other regional coordinating institutions to further improve the bandwidth of this scheme. Because implementation of such flagship scheme cannot be done by one institution alone. It requires really the incorporation of a number of institutions, a number of bodies, a number of scholarly persons like Dr. Ramchandran. We do require such people who can really work harder and make the vision of our founding fathers of the country true. Because this Unnat Bharat Abhiyan is not merely envisioned or not merely intended to give the exposure of rural India to the student, but it is also interested or intended to do some kind of brainstorming by the students, so that rural India can get the certain innovative intervention for their problem solving issues. So these are the things I think where this Unnat Bharat Abhiyan is doing wonders. But I think the pace with which the scheme is running is little slow, and we really want to provide more momentum to it, because if momentum is provided, only then our all students will get to know what is there in rural India. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, this scheme has only been implemented in 35 states and UTs. We have 36 states and UTs in our country at this moment, and we want this coverage to be pan-India. We want a nationwide coverage of this scheme. Number two, that we want all those 785 districts to be covered. We also want almost all institutions of our country to be covered under the scheme. And we want more innovation, more targeted intervention-oriented research to be conducted in the ambit of this scheme. Because we have a great mission of Viksit Bharat at 2047. How this Viksit Bharat could be achieved? See, unless every single unit contributes to the Viksit Bharat mission, it may not necessarily be achieved. We require the participation of each and every single unit of the system. We want every institution to be the stakeholder of it. We want every single organization or institution to pile in this Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. And I believe that if all of them come together, then definitely we shall see a better tomorrow than ever before. And the better tomorrow, the bright tomorrow, the shining tomorrow is not so far, because all of you are very earnestly working for Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. We require also more values of altruism, little more, eagerness to be, little more excitement to be the part with the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. Because, if we merely work with the idea of rationality, that is means and relationship, things may not take off. And this is one of the reasons that Government of India is also focusing on a shift from rule-based to role-based administration. So the role-based means it is not only restricted to the assignment that you have been given. When you take up this assignment, you should try to put in the best that you can do, so that the outreach, the functional fulcrum, the entire implementation process get an age. So that can be possible when each one of you come forward and try to promote the mission of this Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. And Unnat Bharat Abhiyan is linked with Sustainable Development Goals. It is linked with Viksit Bharat Vision, because Viksit Bharat Vision is all about taking up the farmers, taking up the women, taking up the children, taking up the Divyangjan, the destitutes, taking up all those who are at the margin to the mainstream. And that can be possible when we take an approach with diversity, inclusion, and equity. So if diversity, equity, and inclusion are embedded together, are brought together, are blended together, then definitely the scholars, the teachers, the respected professors will definitely be the catalyst of the change, not only for giving a brighter future to our students, but also contribute to the larger vision of Viksit Bharat at 2047. So I believe that every single step, every single mission, every single vision requires firm oath, firm belief, firm pledge. And this pledge, this belief, this commitment really comes from our own orientation, not the orientation from the outside world. That is why it has been rightly said that orthogenetic sources are more important than the heterogenetic sources. Because what you think from your within could be more important than you think or you are suggested to do from the outside. Vivekanand ji rightly pointed out that if I can understand the clay, I can understand the whole world. This is to say that the real knowledge begins from ourselves. Real knowledge starts from our soul. Real knowledge starts from our home. Real wisdom comes from within. So we teachers, we scholars, we faculty colleagues, we faculty members require our own self-introspection in a way that can boost us to really serve to this Mother India. Once Mother India is strengthened, once Mother India is empowered, entire country will be shining, and we would very shortly get a very important place in the queue of developed country. India will get a very important and significant place on the global map. So placing India on the global map is not only responsibility of Professor K. Ravichandran ji. No, it's not a responsibility of some handful of scholars. It requires all the scholars to be recharged with the same vision, so that they can serve our Mother India. It has rightly been said, Atam Gyan, Kabir Das says, and I quote, Atam Gyan bina sab suna, ka mathura ka kasi. घर में वस्तु धरा ही नहीं सूझे, बाहर खोजन जासी, पानी बिच मीन प्यासी, मोहे सुन सुन आवत हंसी. That is to say that if a fish says, I am thirsty in the water, it is a laughing stock. So the true knowledge comes from our within. And believe me, friends, I would like to end up, rather solicit your comments by saying this statement that Esam na vidya tapo na dhyanam jnanam na dharmam kulo na vansam te mrityuloke bhav bhara bhuta manusya rupena mriga sharanti. This is to say, those people who do not have the sense of wisdom, those people who do not have sense of knowledge, those people who do not have sense of empathy, sympathy, intuition, and intentionality, they are just beast and burden on this planet. I am very sure we, as scholarly and enlightened people, would definitely unmask the myth, and we shall land in the heaven of truth by giving more focus, more force, more enthusiasm, more excitement to this very effective, flagship, and central sector scheme that is Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. Thank you, one. Thank you all. Now over to you, and I welcome your questions. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Sagir Bigari. Wonderful discussion on various functional aspects of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan and how it is being connected with the National Education Policy 2020, Sustainable Development Goals 2030, and Viksit Bharat 2047. Really interesting, and definitely all your suggestions in the report will be taken by the government, I think so, because it is your hard work, and definitely the third phase of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan will have more impact on rural India. I hope Unnat Bharat Abhiyan's contribution will also be felt during Viksit Bharat 2047. So, in this end note, I sincerely thank you for sparing your valuable time. On behalf of our Vice Chancellor, Registrar, and my UBA team, once again, I take this opportunity to thank you. Thank you. We will meet once again. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Your audio is muted, sir. Your audio is muted.
Actually, I am contesting for the post of Secretary, Indian Sociological Society, and our election is going to start from tomorrow, 12th of November to 18th of November. I was a little busy, but I am impressed by Professor K. Ravichandran ji in such a way that I do not have guts to say no to him, and therefore I appeared before you.
Sir, thank you, sir. Dhanyavad. Thank you very much.
But at the same time, if you could know somebody in your network in sociology and can vote for me, I shall be really grateful. Thank you, one, and thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, audience and resource people. Really interesting session Professor Sagir Bigari has given. Now we are waiting for the wonderful sessions from another Dr. T. Ravichandran, is a Gandhian and assistant professor in the Department of Gandhi Thought and Peace Science, Gandhigram Institute, Gandhigram. He traveled widely among the Gandhian institutions, learned a lot on the theory and the application side of the Gandhian philosophy, principles and everything. He also traveled across the country, across the world. So learned a lot, and not only that, he is often providing several inputs on Gandhian ideals and its practical applications. I hope that present day, if you take any subject or any problem, any challenge that country is facing, if we can find right solutions within Gandhian philosophy. So in that context, we have requested Dr. T. Ravichandran to support us how the Gandhian philosophy and Unnat Bharat Abhiyan or Unnat Bharat Abhiyan can find a root in the Gandhian philosophy to contribute for sustainable development goal and Viksit Bharat at 2047. He has rightly agreed and he is rightly available online. I request Madam Dr. S. Kavita Maithili to formally welcome our renowned professor Dr. T. Ravichandran. Madam, please.
It's my pride to invite faculty from Department of Gandhi Thought and Peace Science, Dr. T. Ravichandran, sir. He is a very Gandhian studies. His area of specialization is peace science, yoga, and also in conflict resolution. And he also served as the director of Gandhi Memorial Museum in Madurai for 14 years. And you know, he is well known for his as a good traveler. He traveled across India and also visited so many countries and delivered a number of lectures on Gandhian ideals. And he also received the Best Gandhian Award from Gandhi World Foundation, Chennai. So, on behalf of UBA team, I wholeheartedly welcome Professor Dr. T. Ravichandran to deliver a lecture on reinterpreting Mahatma Gandhi at 2047. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Esteemed and respected Dr. N. Panchanadam, Honorable Vice Chancellor, the Gandhigram Rural Institute, who inaugurated the conference, esteemed and respected Dr. Vivek Kumar, UBA Coordinator and SEG Coordinator, UBA NCI IIT Delhi, who delivered the keynote address, esteemed and respected Dr. K. Ravichandran, Senior Professor and Regional Coordinator, UBA GRI, the Gandhigram Rural Institute, Dr. Mrs. Kavita Maithili, Professor and UBA GRI Coordinator, who introduced me, Mr. Sabariswaran, respected speakers, respected coordinators of UBA India, and other participants, good afternoon and good evening. So we are towards the fag end of the online conference on Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, advancing community engagement in higher education towards SDGs 2030 and Viksit Bharat at 2047. I have been asked by Professor Ravichandran sir to speak on the theme Reinterpreting Mahatma Gandhi at 2047, Ideology, Ethics and Education for a Developed India and UBA. Friends, India stands at the confluence of three transformative visions. We all know that UBA, SDG and Viksit Bharat 2047. And we are at a juncture of reinterpreting Mahatma Gandhi at 2047. In this session, and to deliberate on these issues, friends. We all know that UBA is the flagship initiative of the Ministry of Education, Government of India, which aims to bring transformational change in rural development by harnessing the knowledge and resources of higher education institutions. UBA envisions higher education institutions as catalysts for sustainable community development through research, innovation, and participatory engagement. And friends, it is very, very interesting. Down memory lane, let us go back to 1939. It was the 1939, October 2, that was the 70th birthday of Mahatma Gandhi. Gandhi was alive. Many stalwart leaders were alive during that time. And on that day, on the 70th birthday of Mahatma Gandhi, the press people from around the globe went and met the nuclear scientist Albert Einstein. For what? They went and met him to ask his opinion about Mahatma Gandhi. That time, India was under the rule of the British. When the press people asked Einstein, Einstein unhesitatingly replied immediately, said, generations to come, it may well be, will scarce believe that such a man, Mahatma Gandhi, as this one, ever in flesh and blood walked upon this earth. So this is the caliber of Mahatma Gandhi, and a person, no lesser a person than Albert Einstein, gave an opinion about Mahatma Gandhi. Friends, when India became independent on the midnight, 14th midnight, 15th August 1947, the position, president or prime minister ship, fell on the feet of Gandhi, but Gandhiji bluntly declined to take up any position. We may ask why Gandhiji declined. I'll come to that later. And we go back a little earlier, during the American War of Independence. Finally, George Washington led it. The country, USA, became independent in 1781, and George Washington became the first president who led the freedom struggle. See the French Revolution, 1804, Napoleon Bonaparte became the emperor. He himself became the emperor again. Russian Revolution, 1917, Lenin became the president. Chinese Revolution, 1949, Mao Zedong became the first president of the People's Republic of China. Indonesia, Sukarno, 1945, and the most liberal person, Nelson Mandela, during the South African independence, 1994, he took that office only once. He just wanted to taste the experience of that, president's seat, and then he came out of that. But in the whole of the history, Gandhi was the only one who did not accept any position. Why, you may ask, why Gandhi declined any position? Because what Gandhi wanted was total independence for India. We attained only political independence in 1947. What Gandhi wanted was economic independence, where there are no rich and poor, social independence, where there is no inequality, educational independence with 100% literacy, cultural independence, and spiritual independence. All these things were envisioned by Mahatma Gandhi. As advised by his political guru, Gopalakrishna Gokhale, Gandhiji traveled the length and breadth of India twice, 1915 and 1917, in third-class train, along with his wife Kasturiba and C.F. Andrews. There, Gandhiji had a full vision of the country, the bottom reality of the country. Gandhi very clearly realized that India needs a fundamental change, a bottom line change. That is why Gandhiji came out with the 18-point constructive program. And Gandhiji said, very clearly said, India lives in the villages. The future of India lies in its villages. This is a prominent quote by Mahatma Gandhi on village development, reflecting his belief that the nation's progress is inseparable from the revival and self-sufficiency of its rural communities. Gandhiji also envisioned an ideal village of a self-contained republic with a focus on sanitation, local production, education, and cooperative living, stating that if villages perish, India will perish too. On 10th October 2018, addressing the gathering, our Honorable Vice President of India, Dr. S. Venkaiah Naidu, at the Gandhigram, at the 34th convocation of Gandhigram, said, Gandhian thoughts are eternal. And the Vice President argued in favor of providing basic amenities to rural areas on par with urban areas. He insisted that one cannot be denied basic amenities just because he or she is living in a remote area. Our governance and administration should be developed in such a way that the lost person living in remotest part of the country should have access to services. UBA also aims to bring transformational change in rural development by harnessing the knowledge and resources of higher education institutions. And friends, revisiting Mahatma Gandhi at 2047, Ideology, Ethics, and Education for a Developed India. Now let us look at the mandate for reinterpretation. As India strides towards its centenary of independence in 2047, we stand at the confluence of three transformative visions. Number one, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan and its commitment to rural transformation. This is very important. UBA, though it works with higher education institution, its commitment is more on rural transformation. Number two, Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs 2030 for global sustainability. Number three, Viksit Bharat at 2047, the aspirational blueprint for a developed India. The moment compels us to ask, what does it truly mean to be a developed nation? Is it merely economic growth or a society that is also ethically grounded, environmentally sustainable, and socially inclusive? Gandhiji envisioned a new India with morally, socially, and spiritually advanced, with villages being self-sufficient in basic needs like food and clothing. Gandhiji's philosophy championed social equality, non-violence, and communal harmony, rejecting Western models of development that led to wealth concentration and social inequality, friends. To realize this holistic vision, we must move beyond commemorating Mahatma Gandhi's actively reinterpreting and applying the core principles, ideology, ethics, and educational philosophy as the foundation of our national development strategy. Gandhiji's values must become the operational software of India's growth model. Number two, ideological blueprint for Viksit Bharat at 2047. A truly developed India requires a shift from GDP centric metrics to a humanity centric paradigm, precisely what Gandhiji envisioned. Sarvodaya, it is redefining inclusive growth. Let us look into the philosophical roots of Sarvodaya. Inspired by John Ruskin's Unto This Last, Gandhiji's Sarvodaya emphasizes the upliftment of the last person, that is Antyodaya, as the true measure of progress. Sarvodaya emphasizes the welfare of every individual and the entire society, advocating for an egalitarian, non-exploitative, and decentralized society with dignity of labor, economic equality, and universal access to opportunities. The movement promotes a society built on cooperation, non-violence, and the integrated development of all members. Number two, contemporary relevance of Sarvodaya. Inclusion is not a moral luxury, but a structural necessity. Bridging rural, urban, and socio-economic divides is essential to achieving Viksit Bharat. Number three, UBA's role. UBA operationalizes Sarvodaya by empowering higher education institutions to co-create solutions with rural communities, ensuring that knowledge flows where it is more needed. B. Swaraj, the engine of self-reliance. What are the philosophical roots of Swaraj? Gandhiji's Swaraj encompasses political, spiritual, and economic self-rule. Economically, it manifests as Sudesi, local production, decentralized systems, and community control. And what is its contemporary relevance? This aligns with the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. A resilient India must be rooted in local capacities and less dependent on global vulnerabilities. What is the role of UBA? By promoting appropriate technologies, local entrepreneurship, and value addition, UBA fosters village level Swaraj and builds confidence in indigenous solutions. So, what is the ethical compass in redefining development? Development must be guided by ethical clarity. Gandhi's moral framework offers a compass for a just and compassionate society. And trusteeship and institutional responsibility. What are the philosophical roots? Gandhiji's concept of trusteeship calls for all forms of capital wealth, knowledge, resources to be held in trust for the collective good. Two, contemporary relevance. This translates into institutional social responsibility. Higher education institutions, as custodians of knowledge, have a duty to serve society. UBA's role. UBA transforms academic institutions into engines of social change, applying research and innovation to real-world rural challenges. So, ahimsa, non-violence, and ecological sustainability. What are the philosophical roots? Gandhiji's non-violence extends to nature, warning against exploitative industrialization. Contemporary relevance of ahimsa in the era of climate change and SDGs, ecological harmony is not optional, it is imperative. UBA's role through initiatives in sustainable agriculture, water conservation, sanitation, and renewable energy, UBA embodies an ahimsa-based development model. And education as transformation, Nai Talim, or New Education, NEP 2020, and UBA. Gandhiji's educational vision, Nai Talim, offers a transformative pedagogy for nurturing responsible citizens. Nai Talim integrates the head means intellectual capacity, hand skills, and heart values, emphasizing learning through community engaged productive work. Alignment with NEP 2020. The National Education Policy emphasizes experiential learning, vocational training, and holistic development principles deeply aligned with Nai Talim and also mother tongue learning. UBA's role. UBA turns villages into living classrooms. Higher education institutions participating in UBA are not just fulfilling policy mandates, they are cultivating socially conscious graduates equipped to solve real world problems. Finally, to conclude, we are steering towards a holistic 2047. To reinterpret Gandhi at 2047 is to embrace a vision of India that is inclusive, that is Sarvodaya, self-reliant, that is Swaraj, ethically grounded, that is trusteeship, ecologically responsible, that is Ahimsa, educationally transformative, Nai Talim. Unnat Bharat Abhiyan is our generation's Khadi movement, a decentralized participatory force for national renewal. Let us ensure that as we approach 2047, our development is not measured solely by economic indicators, but by the dignity, empowerment, and well-being of the last person in the most remote village. Thank you.
Sir, thank you, sir. Wonderful lecture. Various aspects of the application of Gandhian ideas, to the present day education system, sustainable development goal, Viksit Bharat, and Unnat Bharat, the Abhiyan institutions, how they can use all these things. With this request, I request Dr. Kavita Medley Madam to formally propose vote of thanks.
Good evening, sir. It is a wonderful session which integrates Gandhian ideals and the rural development. Really, your input on Sarvodaya, well-being of all, and how we can bring self-reliance in the villages with ethical groundedness, and how educational transformative things will be well taken by the UB coordinators, and we'll try to implement this in our village level program also. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, Ramchandra sir, for your session. And now it is what we can say, the various lectures in this foundation day that we get from six experts across the country, as well as from the co-coordinator, national co-coordinator, Dr. Vivek Kumar and Professor N. Panjanathan Rajan. During the inaugural sessions, they given a lot of ideas on various aspects of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, how the things should be there in the next phase like that. So the next session will be on synthesis of these celebrations on the way forward. So in this context, I requested Mr. Ashish Saugan, one of the good friend at IIT Delhi National Coordinating Institute, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, who will I request him to consolidate all these thoughts and their ideas, visions of the speakers, and put forward what can be the next for Unnat Bharat Abhiyan and what we have to do like that, and conclude the one-day national conference on advancing community engagement in higher education towards SDG 2020 and Viksit Bharat 2047. Thank you, sir. Hearty welcome to Ashish Saugan, sir.
Thank you, Professor Ravichandran, for inviting me. First of all, many thanks to all of you for joining this workshop. And on behalf of NCIT Delhi, I sincerely thank all of you. We appreciate the effort of Gandhigram Institute as an RCI and Professor Ravichandran for organizing this event on the occasion of 11th foundation of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, which is truly a landmark for all of us. It has been almost now 11 years since the inception of this scheme, and we all have came a long way since 2014. We started with 100 odd institutes. Now we are sitting at 4,500 institutes and aim to reach out to more higher education institutes in the upcoming future across the country. As of now, we have 50 regional coordinating institutes, 4,500 participating institutes, 15 subject experts groups, and are working with 13 active collaborations. So this is the current status of this initiative in these past few years that we are able to achieve with the support of all of you. Right. As an NCI, we continuously try to engage with our key stakeholders so as to keep them motivated and ensure that the outcome with which this initiative has been started should be achieved. So that is why we keep on organizing such events. That is the reason we are also organizing this 11th Foundation Day, so that people are aware about the kind of initiatives that we have taken under Unnat Bharat Abhiyan in the past few years. Right. So through this workshop, we try to deliberate on how the higher education institutes can play a transformative role in promoting the participatory development, and the various speakers who were invited for this workshops has shared their viewpoint. Right. Professor Vivek Kumar, he was invited as a keynote address. He's also the UBA National Co-Coordinator and the National SDG Coordinator, shared his remarks and presented his thought on how UBA can go ahead in the next and the upcoming future. He offered a very clear and inspiring overview of UBA, how it connects the strength of higher education institutions with the needs of our villages. He emphasized that faculty, students, and the institutions can actively shape rural development through research, mentorship, and technology-driven initiatives. He also stressed on how the subject expert groups of UBA, Tech for Seva, which is a digital platform, and the national collaborations that we are having bring together innovators, industries, and grassroots practitioners to create sustainable community-focused solutions. Through technology outreach, skill development, and livelihood promotion, UBA should continue to support self-reliant and resilient villages. His remarks were truly inspirational for all of us. Dr. Ramesh, who is the SDG coordinator also, he spoke on the topic of leveraging government schemes for creating smart villages under UBA. He rightly said that the vision of a smart village should be seen as inspirational rather than perfect, highlighting the cascading effects that transformative models can create. He also stressed upon the BharatNet program, which can be explored, which I suggest should be explored, for developing smart villages over the next 15 years. Every village should be digitally empowered by 2047. That is what we aim for under Viksit Bharat 2047. And that also aligns with the India's vision of holistic rural transformation. Dr. Rabindranath Pandaria, who is also the SDG coordinator for us and Joint Director ICA, shared his valuable insights. He emphasized on the correct crucial role of community engagement and participatory innovation in achieving the long-term rural sustainability. He's rightly said that rural transformation is effective only when farmers, researchers, and institutions collaborate at every stage, from problem identification to the development and implementation of solution. If you connect all of these, when Professor Vivek was emphasizing on Tech for Seva, that is the platform which the other speakers are also connecting to. Professor Padari also said about the same thing. Sustainable development is not only about technology transfer, but also about nurturing collaborative relationships, inclusivity, and local wisdom in every step of rural progress. Dr. Seema Sharma, again, she's a professor from IIT Delhi and SDG coordinator. She stressed that innovation and entrepreneurship are key drivers of sustainable rural livelihood under the UBA framework. Inclusive growth can only be achieved when local innovation ecosystem are strengthened and grassroots entrepreneurship is nurtured. She's as of now, when I speak to her, she's regularly working on nurturing and empowering the self-help groups, women entrepreneurs, and local startups by providing low-cost technologies, skill training, financial access, and market linkages, collective efforts by academic institutions, industries, and local communities. That is something she is aiming for. We are in constant touch regarding the kind of technologies that we are having, always discussing about the scalability of the technologies that we have under UBA and what can be done. Similar is a discussion that we're having with the other SEG coordinators also. Right. The next speaker, Dr. G. Palandurai, the retired professor from GRI. He delivered an inspirational talk on strengthening Panchayat and higher education institutes partnership through UBA. He was very correct in saying that rural transformation begins at the grassroots level, where community-based organizations, cooperatives, and panchayat play a very pivotal role in democratic governance. We should all agree that Panchayati Raj system represents the third tier of governments, is closest to the citizens, ensures local self-governance and participatory democracy. And for betterment, higher education institutes can play a vital role by partnering with panchayats to provide research support, capacity building, data collection, and awareness creation. By facilitating the effective Gram Sabha deliberation, participatory planning, and grassroots innovation, HGIs can help strengthen democratic practices and empower villages to take ownership of their own development. If you remember, we participated in the Gram Sabha that was organized last year. That was a collaborative effort of Ministry of Panchayati Raj and Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. All the RCIs on the participating institutes of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan participated in that particular initiative. And we are happy to state you that approximately 6,000 students participated in that event, and they were able to deliberate in the Gram Sabha, provide their viewpoint, participate in the participatory planning at the grassroots level. So that was kind of that is something which Dr. G. Palandurai also stated and stressed on. Dr. Saket Bihari from I with the objectives of national education policy and the national goals of sustainable development 2030 and Viksit Bharat 2047. UBA, rightly said, serve as a bridge between higher educational institutions and rural communities, enabling knowledge transfer, technology interventions, and social responsibility among the students. Yeah. NEP 2020 and UBA. If we go about the modalities of both the NEP 2020 and UBA, they both are connected. That is what Dr. Saket Bihari also stressed in his lecture. And we are hopeful in the nearby future with the addition of more and more PIs and with the addition of collaborative partners, the kind of impact that we are envisaging through UBA, we are able to connect to that goal of NEP 2020 also. Our next speaker, we connected the vision of Mahatma Gandhi, his ideology with UBA. And the vision of Mahatma Gandhi ji was rooted in the villages, believing that the future of India lies in the villages. He correctly emphasized the Gandhi's 18-point constructive program, wherein promoting villages self-sufficiency, sanitation, education, local production, etc. are the principles that strongly resonate with the UBA's mission to empower rural communities through higher educational engagement. So I believe that all the speakers who have spoken in this workshop were truly inspirational. have provided a way forward for all of us, that how can we work to strengthen the initiative UBA by means of connecting the students and the higher educational institutes of the country. Our aim in the nearby future should be, like, as of now, we are sitting at 4,500 educational institutes, and we have to reach all the villages and all higher educational institutes of the country. For doing so, we need to make sure that we are all connected, and we are discussing in the previous workshops also, right? So with that, I also want to stress on one particular point. Apart from the connection of HEIs, there is one major point which we have been discussing from past so many years, and which our honorable Prime Minister and our honorable Education Minister has also been focusing on, and that is something which he has said in the Parliament also, that UBA is basically a program which focuses on the sensitization of the students of higher educational institutions, that is towards the traditional wisdom, community engagement, and social responsibility. And these all connect with the NEP 2020 and the Viksit Bharat 2047 vision, and with the SDG goals. So we should aim to work together in the same direction. So with that, I conclude the kind of way that was paved by the speakers. I would like to thank Dr. N. Pancharatan, the Vice Chancellor of Gandhigram Institute, Dr. Vivek Kumar, the UBA co-coordinator and National SDG coordinator, Dr. R. Ramesh, Associate Professor and Head for Center for Rural Infrastructure at NIRD PR, and also the SDG coordinator, Dr. R. Padaria, the Joint Director ICAR, and also the SDG coordinator under UBA, Dr. Seema Sharma, Professor at IIT Delhi, Department of Management Studies, also SDG coordinator for Rural Entrepreneurship, Dr. G. Palandiorai, retired professor from GRI, Gandhigram, Dr. Saket Bihari, Associate Professor at IIT, Dr. T. Ravichandran, Assistant Professor from GRI, and last but not the least, Professor K. Ravichandran, for organizing this event, along with all the delegates present in this meeting, who have shown encouragement to make sure that this event is a success, and we are able to showcase our abilities to the whole world. And the people who have joined online also, we also thank to all of you. Thank you. Over to you, Professor Ravichandran.
Thank you, sir, for giving a wonderful synthesis on these Foundation Day celebrations, and providing the framework for the way forward. Definitely, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan has a great role to play in the NEP 2020, SDG 2030, Viksit Bharat 2047. The phase 3 of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan will have more reach, will have more impactful, and will be definitely contributing for the development of this country. Thank you for joining, and I thank everyone who has joined in this program right from the morning till now. And also I thank all my co-coordinators and project staff for participating and facilitating this program to become more meaningful and successful. Thank you, Unnat. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
UBA 3.0 the contribution from
coordinator.
it's a lead role.